The board will now come to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Present.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. 12 present, you have quorum.
A quorum being present will be led in opening prayer and reflection by Reverend Kevin Anthony with the Ecumenical Leadership Council of St. Louis.
Thank you, President Green. We are honored to be here this morning, and just allow me to take a moment and offer an opening prayer. Let us bow our heads. O great and awesome Creator, we come before you offering our thanks for a brand new day to live, a new day to love, a new day to continue the journey of building a better St. Louis. We thank you, O great and awesome Creator, for bringing these servant leaders together in this hallowed space to strive for the greater good of this region. Sometimes it's easy to forget the purpose which one has been called and anointed for, but by your divine grace, you're able to level set and put the issues back on course. Therefore, on this day, as these legislators prepare for this meeting, I pray that their thoughts be guided by you and their conversations be inspired by you, even above the pushback and actions that are designed to disrupt progress. Pour out your wisdom upon them. Inspire them to seek what is good for all. Please grant them wisdom and discernment in times of uncertainty and clarity in times of confusion. Lead them to solutions that strengthen them as a governing body, and also solutions that will lead to a better and greater community to live in and be proud of. Amen.
We will dispense with line item 4. Any introduction of honored guests? Alderwoman from the 10th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to have as my honored guest Dr. Casey Shaheed. And today, unfortunately, after 24 plus years of service in SLPS, is her last day. And so I just wanted to speak some words of encouragement for her today, not just as a community member, but as a mother of a parent of a child who started their school year at Central Vision Performing Arts virtually. And then as soon as they got back in and got into the swing of things, the imaginable thing happened of the mass shooting. And Dr. Shaheed led that school no short of a hero. And so what I want her to know is that as parents, as children, I've heard my daughter talking to her peers and they understand, but they don't understand. I want her to know that wherever she is, whatever space she goes to, we love her, we honor her, we still support her, and we know that wherever God is taking her and enlarging her territory, Dr. Casey Shaheed, is going to be greatness and excellence, because that is what you exemplify every day. So thank you for your service. I know today is bittersweet for you, but just know that I know for you the best is yet to come.
Alderwoman from the 11th.
Morning, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the board. My honored guests today are Carla and Miguel of the JVL Neighborhood Association, in addition to Audrey Ellerman of Covenant Blue, and I want to thank them for all of the hard work that they do in their communities and for our communities. Additionally, I would ask that we take a moment of silence. On last week, I lost a brother who we acquired about 23 years ago. Through that relationship with my sister Donna McElrath, Doug Hollis, WC Doug Hollis, gave us Symphony Lyric Hollis. And I am grateful for the relationship. No matter where Doug went, Doug would tell people, that's my sister. So I was never, that kind of relative that was only through that relationship. I was his sister. So Doug, we will be celebrating his life this evening at the wake, and then the funeral services are tomorrow. But if we could just please have a moment of silence. Thank you.
If you could please bow your heads for a moment of silence.
Thank you so much.
Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Today I have as my honored guests the great men and women of our St. Louis Fire Department. A few days ago, Wednesday night, there was a 4-alarm fire at the St. Labar's Church. Also, later was renovated to a skate park. It was a heavily engulfed flame fire that unfortunately torched a beautiful church that has been in the city of St. Louis for a very long time, I think since the 1880s. And it was just devastating to see the church just not go down, but it was so hot outside and the soot ended up spreading a little bit that ended up catching another property on fire. Our firefighters worked extremely hard. It lasted from about 11 all the way to like 7 in the morning to not just contain the fire, but also make sure the residents' homes that was around the church did not catch on fire, and the fire spread even more. So thank you to all the hard working men and women of the fire department. And this next thing I'm gonna say, I think will hit a lot of us, even probably more of us, more heavy than me, because I know a lot of people who spent time with him, if they've known him from the state level or when he was down here at the Board of Aldermen. I've got a text from my sister to ask, Senator Jamila Nasheed to ask if I won't engage with the silliness, so I'll just let the Alderwoman behind me talk about it, even though somebody asked me to do it. So with that being said, my introduction to guests are the firefighters, the city of St. Louis. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Alderwoman from the 6th.
I want to acknowledge my honored guest is Reverend Kevin Anthony, who just spoke. He is, in addition to his work in the Ecumenical Council, he is also supply pastor for the Missouri Mid-South Conference of the United Church of Christ, my former pastor, and a member of the Reparations Commission. And in light of that, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that yesterday, in a devastating decision in the fight for equality, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down affirmative action at institutes of higher education. While this was a narrow ruling, it and the anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts around the nation will have a chilling effect on our journey to creating a society where race no longer determines opportunity. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor said that the ruling's interpretation of the 14th Amendment is, quote, grounded in the illusion that racial inequality was a problem of a different generation. She also said that we know the ever-present and continued unfair practice of legacy racial admissions that perpetuate systemic racism in our schools. Oh, I'm sorry, that was not addressed in this ruling. She did say, entrenched racial equity remains a reality today. Ignoring race will not equalize a society that is racially unequal. What was true in the 1860s and again in 1954 is true today. Equality requires acknowledgement of inequality. For us, we must know where we've been to know where we must go. And despite the obstacles happening nationally when it comes to justice and equity, here at home, in St. Louis, we will continue to stay true to the work we've been doing by acknowledging the decades of disinvestment to Black and brown communities in our city. We will work towards justice and creating a city where all of our residents can thrive, and zip code doesn't determine race or life expectancy, despite what our state legislature and our unjustly stacked Supreme Court do. I believe we must acknowledge America's original sin of enslavement and genocide of Native Americans. Today, we stand on the land of the Osage. We have to acknowledge this to move forward. I want to thank Mayor Jones for creating the Reparations Commission and for community members and leaders like Reverend Anthony for serving on it. And I want to thank our Congressman Cori Bush for filing landmark reparations legislation on the federal level. The only way out is through. And to recognize our past, we have to embrace our history, even and especially the parts we want to hide most. Only when we do that can we move forward and into the light. I implore my colleagues to continue to acknowledge our past, heal our present, and create a future that the next generation can truly be proud of. Thank you, President Green.
Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, at the appropriate time, I have an announcement about a former member that died, and I don't want to do it during introduction of honored guests, so I'm waiting to the appropriate time.
Okay, we can do that during announcements.
Okay.
Any further introduction of honored guests? Any further introduction of honored guests? Report of city officials.
Report of city officials can be found in A, B, and C.
Sorry, I skipped over the minutes. Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the approval of the minutes from Friday, June 23rd, 2023.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we approve the minutes from Friday, June 23rd, 2023.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we approve the minutes from Friday, June 23rd, 2023. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Report of city officials.
Report of city officials can be found in A, B, and C if the agenda has been placed in the Google Drive for your review.
Does anyone wish to take any bills or resolutions off of any of our informal calendars? Does anyone wish to take any bills or resolutions off of any of our informal calendars? Does anyone wish to take any bills or resolutions off of any of our informal calendars? We'll dispense with line items 9, 10, and 11. Alderman from the 14th, you are recognized on the motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 82 for first reading.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I rise today to suspend the rules to introduce Board Bill 82.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill 82. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Keys. 14 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderman from the 14th to suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 82. Madam Clerk, if you could please place Board Bill 82 at the end of the first reading of Board Bills.
So noted.
First reading of Board Bills. Board
Board Bill 79, introduced by Alderwoman Velazquez, an ordinance directing the Director of the Streets pursuant to ordinance number 70333 as amended by ordinance number 71394 to install speed humps to calm the flow of traffic on the 4000 block of Hartford Street 3700 block of Gustine Avenue, 3500 block of Giles Avenue, 3200 block of Hawthorne Boulevard, 3400 block of Hawthorne Boulevard, 3200 block of Longfellow Boulevard, and a 3400 block of Goodfellow Boulevard. Board Bill 80, introduced by Alderwoman Sanier, an ordinance approving the redevelopment plan dated January the 24th, 2023 for 3417 Louisiana Avenue. Board Bill 81, introduced by Alderwoman Spencer and Alderman Narayan, an ordinance establishing a property tax deferral program for senior homeowners who meet the program participation requirements set forth in this ordinance, whereby the payment of real property taxes is deferred, while continuing to accrue subject to interest charges as an increasing lien on the tax-deferred property until the homeowner loses eligibility to participate in the program, the property is sold, or the owner's estate is settled. Board Bill 82, introduced by Alderman Aldridge, an ordinance requiring officers of the City of St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department to identify themselves as specified therein when requesting that a person consent to a search of their person, property, vehicle, or home when the search is not pursuant to a warrant or exception to warrant requirement under the applicable law, where the officer has reasonable suspicion or probable cause for the search and the search is not incident to a lawful arrest, and requiring that the officer inform such person the reasons for the request to consent to a search and that they may refuse to consent to such search or revoke their consent at any time during the search without consequence to them, and requiring that the officer create and maintain a record documenting the person's consent, refusal to consent, revocation of consent to search, which shall publicly be available. That's the extent of first reading of board bills.
Reference to committee.
To the Public Infrastructure Committee, Board Bill 79. To the HUD's Committee, Board Bill 80. To Budget and Public Employee, Board Bill 81. And to Public Safety, Board Bill 82. That's the extent of reference to committee.
Second reading and report of standing committees.
The following board bill was reported out of HUD's with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 77, introduced by Alderwoman Keys, an ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission on June 14, 2023, to change the zoning of property as indicated on district map from the J Industrial District to H Area Commercial District and City Block 3919.03, so as to include the described parcels of land in City Block 3919.03 and contain an emergency clause. The following board bill was reported out of the Budget and Public Employees Committee with the due pass recommendation. Board Bill 74, introduced by Alderwoman Spencer, an ordinance pertaining to the employee retirement system of the City of St. Louis by repealing Section 1 of Ordinance Number 71161 and enacting in lieu thereof a new provision in order to comply with the federal Setting Every Community Up for Retirement Enhancement Act of 2022, which changed the age requirement for the required beginning date for persons who attain age 70 and a half after December 31st, 2019, and contain an emergency clause. The following board bills were reported out of Public Infrastructure and Utilities Committee with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 31, introduced by Alderman Aldridge, an ordinance authorizing the honorary street name Luligan Street pursuant to ordinance number 68937, which shall begin at the intersection of North 21st Street and Locust Street and run south on North 21st Street to the intersection of North 21st Street and Olive Street. Board Bill 70, introduced by Alderman Vollmer, an ordinance establishing a two-way stop site at the intersection of Macklin Avenue and Botanical Avenue, regulating all traffic traveling north and southbound on Macklin Avenue at the intersection of Macklin Avenue and Botanical Avenue, and establishing a three-way stop site at the intersection of Daggett Avenue and Boardman Street, regulating all traffic traveling eastbound and westbound on Daggett Avenue at the east intersection of Daggett Avenue and Boardman Street, and regulating all traffic traveling southbound on Boardman Street at the east intersection of Boardman Street and Daggett Avenue, and contain an emergency clause. The following board bill was reported out of Health and Human Development with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 69, introduced by Alderwoman Boyd, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing the Department of Health to accept a public health crisis response grant award up to $757,191.35 from the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services for the grant purposes to establish, expand, train, and sustain public health force for COVID-19 prevention, preparedness, response, recovery, and initiatives, appropriating such funds to the Department of Health, authorizing the expenditure of such funds to fulfill the obligations of said grant to the extent such funds are received, containing an emergency clause. The following board bill was reported out of public safety with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 56, introduced by Alderman Ryan, an ordinance requiring the municipal to assess a $7 surcharge for state court automation in addition to any other court costs assessed by the court in the case in which courts are assessed. That's the extent of second reading report of standing committees.
Board Bill 76, former bill came out. I wasn't read.
Board Bill 76, public safety. Public infrastructure. With a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 76, introduced by Alderman Joseph Vollmer, an ordinance adopted to pursuant to the Intergovernmental Agreement, Section 70.210 to 70.325, inclusive of the revised statutes of Missouri, authorizing the City of St. Louis by and through its Water Division for the purpose of outlining the agreement of respective responsibilities of the parties with respect to the construction, access, and maintenance of the area described in the agreement, which sits in the City of Clayton, and which property St. Louis Water must have access to because of St. Louis Water's need to access the water lines below the surface, which carry the water to the City of St. Louis, and authorizing the city to accept transfer of private easement from the Missouri Highway and Transportation Commission and contain an emergency clause. That's the extent of second reading report of standing committees.
Report of special committees.
We have none.
You may dispense with line item 15. Board bills for perfection consent.
Board Bill 26, sponsored by Alderwoman Tyus, an ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission on May 10, 2023, to change the zoning of property as indicated on district map from the B two-family dwelling district to F neighborhood commercial district and City Block 441.10 so as to include the described parcels of land in City Block 441.10 and 445 and contain an emergency clause. Board Bill 65, sponsored by Alderwoman Schweitzer, an ordinance making appropriation for payment for the operating expenses, capital expenses, including lease purchase agreements and debt service expenses of the Parking Division of the Treasurer's Office for the fiscal year July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, in the sum of $19,174,924, including $2,361,578 for capital improvements and contain an emergency clause. Board Bill 67, introduced by Alderman Ryan, an ordinance establishing a two-way stop site at the crosswalk on Canterbury Avenue, just west of the intersection of Canterbury Avenue and Tremont Avenue, regulating all traffic traveling westbound and eastbound at said crosswalk on Canterbury Avenue, containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 39, as amended, introduced by Alderman Vollmer, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Gardenside Subdivision Special Business District as designated in ordinance number approved 2023, a proposal to renew and continue the levy on tax on the real property located in said district, submitting said proposal to the voters of said district at an election in 2023 and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 40, as amended, sponsored by Alderman Vollmer, an ordinance renewing the Gardenside Subdivision Special Business District pursuant to Section 71.790 and 71.808 of the revised statutes of Missouri, setting its boundaries, tax rate, initial rate of levy, subject to the approval of qualified voters, bonding authority, and uses to which tax revenue may be put, creating a board of commissioners containing severability, effectiveness, and emergency clauses. Board Bill 50 as amended, introduced by Alderwoman Tyus and Alderwoman Boyd, an ordinance to repeal ordinance number 71514 relating to the appointment and rates of compensation of certain employees of the licensed collector of the City of St. Louis and enacting in lieu thereof a new ordinance dealing with the same subject matter and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 64 as amended, sponsored by Alderwoman Schweitzer and Alderwoman Boyd, an ordinance relating to the appointment of salaries of certain employees of the St. Louis Board of Election Commissioners pursuant to 115.045 and 115.049 revised statutes of Missouri by repealing ordinance number 71513, allocating certain other employees to a grade with rate, including an emergency clause. The provisions of the section contained in this ordinance shall be effective with the start of the first pay period after approval by the mayor. Board Bill 68, sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment, wherein the Board of Aldermen authorized the acceptance of the grant and receipt of appropriation of funds awarded to the U.S. Department of Labor relating to the Youth Build Grant, authorizing the Director of St. Louis Agency on Training and Employment to make, negotiate, and execute any and all contracts and documents on behalf of the City of St. Louis needed to expend such funds and contain an emergency clause. That is the extent of board bills for perfection.
Alderwoman from the 12th.
Members of the board, I move that I request Board Bill 65 be moved from the perfection consent to the perfection calendar.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that.
So noted.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to adopt the board bills for the perfection consent calendar.
Thank you. I move that we adopt the board bills for perfection consent calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we approve the board bills for the perfection consent calendar. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. 14 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 10th on the board bills for perfection consent calendar. Board bills for perfection.
Board Bill 59, sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, President Green, and the following alderpersons: Cone, Schweitzer, Sanier, Browning, Velazquez, and Aldridge. An ordinance related to the establishment of a right to counsel program for tenants facing eviction or equivalent proceedings, the implementation, oversight, and annual reporting of this program, the provisions of legal representation for tenants under this program, and the disclosure to tenants of certain information pertaining to this program, including a severability and an emergency clause.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 59.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I move that we perfect Board Bill 59.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we perfect Board Bill number 59. Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you. Should we put the amendment up first or go ahead?
Go ahead and do the amendment.
Okay. I want to make sure everybody, I saw it in everybody's chair, the amendment to amendment number 1 to Board Bill 59. This is just a, what can be measured as the Scrivener's error now, because we only changed it because it has been passed by ENA. It got passed by ENA this week, so that's the only change to that. Okay, and so moving forward on Board Bill 59 that I'm so excited.
Go ahead and ask for the adoption of Amendment 1.
Okay, I move that we adopt Board Bill 59.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 4th, that we adopt Amendment 1 to Board Bill number 59. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman, you may proceed on Board Bill 59 as amended.
Thank you so much, Madam President, members of the board. I'm so happy to be able to stand here in position to pick up the baton here on this work that's been going on for over 2 years and send this message to tenants here in the city of St. Louis that we respect and support them as much as we respect the developers that we passed legislation for down here, the entities that we passed legislation for down here. And so I just would be remiss if I didn't mention all of the people that are in support, spoke in support in the many committee hearings, came to the meetings, the organizations that have come together. And just here this week, I had an opportunity to advocate for a tenant that, who would have known I would have been in that position to do that now, even knowing that we are today going to be able to fight and perfect the right to counsel here. So pro-choice, we the tenants, Arch City, Homes for All, Action St. Louis, the Mayor's Administration, the President's Office, the Housing Authority, McCormick and Barron, landlords, EHOC, most importantly, the people of the city of St. Louis. And then I would also like to give a special recognition to Legal Services of Eastern Missouri, who when I was at their opening of their new neighborhood office this week, they pulled me to the side and was like, we're ready. When is this passed? What's the timeline? Because we have been meeting, and these are trusted partners, legal representation that are ready here to stand in solidarity in support of right to counsel here in the city of St. Louis. So with that, I will yield to questions.
Alderman for the 4th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I want to commend the Alderwoman for her work on this. I know throughout the city we've seen that homelessness is an issue throughout the city, the region, and the country. Homelessness has been a growing issue over the last several years. I've dealt with some of these evictions in a previous life when I was in private practice, and I know that sometimes the difference between someone becoming homeless and someone finding shelter is just slowing down that process and negotiating a person leaving the residence. My biggest hang up here was that I was concerned that we were going to institute a program and then not be able to fund it on the back end, and I didn't want to have residents of the city believe that there was a protection here for them and then have that rug pulled out from under them. But after discussions with both the president of the board and the mayor, it looks like there are some funding options to keep this a more permanent fund. I think that's important. The rights of landlords are important, but ultimately we need to do what we can to prevent people from living on our streets. And if that means slowing down the process for a brief period of time to allow a person to transition into another living arrangement, I think that that's worth doing. And with that, I will ask to be added as a co-sponsor, and I thank you for your work on this.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that. Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, if the alderman from the 4th, would yield.
The Alderman from the 4th yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 12th. Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you. Alderman, you are an attorney, correct?
I am.
Okay, and have you ever done tenant landlord law?
I have done some,
okay,
yes.
And so I've been a landlord, and I'm very vocal with I'm a landlord, been one for over 30-something years, but you know what Rule 13 is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So when I was in law school, I was Rule 13, but where I picked to work at was legal services. So I'm one of the people that was defending tenants' right to have habitable, good apartments to live in, but I already owned apartments anyway. But I was set free to do my own thing because I already knew tenant landlord law. And I do believe that tenants deserve a good habitable place to live. But I also know about landlords' rights. And I also know that more after working at legal services, because one of the first things we did at legal services was to go and ask for a continuance. Now, the problem with that is now we're deciding that we're going to give all tenants certain tenants, and that's what I want to know. What tenants qualify for this? Is there an income line divider?
So I think it's important to note, and as I'm sure you know, but just for the general public here, that there's different causes of action that a landlord can bring.
I do.
And so if you're bringing a rent and possession case, oftentimes what you're doing is saying, either bring me the rent or give me possession of the property. And that's, in my experience, the most utilized cause of action when you have tenants behind on rent. Ultimately, what the landlord wants is the rent or possession of the unit. And oftentimes what can happen under an arrangement where you have an attorney representing the tenant is you can have an arrangement wherein possession is either returned back to the landlord or on a date certain rent will be paid, or a payment plan. Sometimes you just need to get a discussion
I know.
started.
So my question was about who qualified, because I know all of that, and you can do that with the judge. You can go before the judge and work out an agreement, and they don't have to be evicted. Okay, I'm just saying who qualifies to be given a representation, because at legal services, which is free, we give money sometimes. We provide money for legal services. We already have that set up. So why are we going around and doing something different? Except for I see these organizations, and I suspect that they are related to, connected to political people. Why are we setting up something different when legal services has done this for a very long time? I've been out of law school over 30 years, and so I did that when I was in law school. And so what is the income guidelines for this?
So my understanding is that this is to expand the scope of who all could qualify to have legal assistance in these proceedings. I would defer to the sponsor of the bill.
So you don't know what the income guidelines is?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay,
no.
do you think that if somebody makes $73,000 like us, should we be given a lawyer?
I think that if any time that you're talking about, we need to balance the harms here to society. And I think anytime someone is in the process of being evicted from their house, we do need to look at, just because you make good money doesn't mean you have money.
Well, so I also was a public defender, because I've been a right fight crusader for a lot of years, okay? And in the public defender's office and in legal services, there are income guidelines, because people would come and try to get free lawyers in both of them that could very well pay for their own lawyers. So if we do not have a guideline, and we're saying, well, anybody, the reason could be you don't have the money because you spend it all up on other things, including you don't pay your rent. Because when I look at this piece of legislation, and so my balance, which I bet none of you all have been both a public defender and worked for legal services, because there are only a few lawyers here, you and I, who else is a lawyer here, okay? So I'm just saying, you haven't had that experience, I have. And I'm saying in both instances, we had to turn people away because they made too much money. I'm also a landlord. Are you a landlord?
No.
So I went into it because we were crusaders, and we started buying up property in the 70s. 79 was our first piece of property we bought. And we thought, oh, this is great. And that's why I went to law school, because I needed to learn more about how to be a good landlord. I had a management and accounting degree. What did I do? What I found out is that a lot of tenants are horrible people that don't pay their rent, that do everything else they're supposed to. And so when you pass things like this, you don't take into account that they don't have a right to get into an apartment, tear it up oftentimes, and then say, oh, I'm being evicted, okay? And so they have a lease, most of, well, so what my next question is, how do you go around a lease? So if I have a lease that says you have to pay your rent on the 1st, in my lease it says if you don't notify me by the 5th, because you know you are a grown person that you made a lease with me. I write my own leases, have all kind of behavior stuff so that they don't sit on the front. Nobody has problems with my places that I rent out. So if you then have a lease, you're supposed to pay me on the 1st. On the 5th, you have not paid me any rent. You have not called me. I go and start an eviction. And it's in my lease. And that's my right to contract with that person. So you're saying that this bill would undermine my right to contract, because I don't want to put people out. I got tenants, been my tenants for 13 and 15 years, and say I don't want to own a house. I like how you run it. You got rules. So what happens if I have in my lease that says, if you don't pay my rent, then I'm not going to run after you. I'm going to just file an eviction. So then that person could come down and say, oh, they're being mean to me. Now, what are they going to tell you? Because I'm going to document that they didn't pay their rent. Now, if they actually have a real good cause of why my mother got sick, I had to use it, guess what I do? I'll tell you. I continue that and say, okay, pay me what you can, but they also have to prove that it's something. They can't just tell me that. And I don't want to hear about you paid your telephone bill, because that, if you got a telephone bill or a cable bill, but you haven't paid your rent, then that's wrong. And that's what I teach my tenants. I got a cheap Android phone. I pay $35 a month for my phone. Okay, I don't pay all that money for a phone. And my tenants got phones, Apple, iPhone, whatever, 13, 14, or wherever they are. And they're paying $150, whatever amount of money a month for a phone. I think that's ridiculous, because I'm cheap. Not cheap, I'm frugal is the word I want to use, okay? I am very frugal with the city's money and my own. So I don't understand, if you don't have enough money to pay your rent, then why do you have, these are luxuries. You could get a phone that costs a lot less. It won't have all that stuff on there, but you can get a phone. So then this tenant of mine who hasn't paid their rent comes to you and says, well, I'm being evicted. So are you then going to interview them and say, but did you pay your rent? No, why not? Well, I paid my phone bill. That's not going to win in court, ultimately. You're going to lose. The only thing you're going to do, and it's why I'm opposed to this bill, is you're talking about slowing down the process. When you slow down the process, then you're still making the landlord be out of money, okay? And so I have to keep my properties a certain way. I actually am in the city of St. Louis, so they have to come and do an inspection before anybody moves in. We take pictures of our property before. We also take pictures of our property afterwards. You ought to look at some of the differences. My property is always moved in. When the building inspectors come, they say, well, Alderwoman, we already know your stuff is going to be. So then what is your reason to provide a lawyer to somebody whose excuse is, well, I didn't pay it because I had to pay my phone bill?
Well, Alderwoman, I believe that first off, some of what you're talking about, I would consider the cost of doing business as a landlord. Mm-hmm. And I think second off, in my personal belief, having seen a whole lot of people come through the court system, as you have as well, there's a serious advantage to having a lawyer at the table when it comes to negotiating a settlement that both parties can live with. Ultimately, if you have a solid contract, you're going to get those money damages. Whether you can collect them is another issue, but you're going to get them.
Exactly is the problem. Right now, because the Board of Aldermen passed a thing about not being able to evict people, so I ended up losing about $7,000. Then what did the Supreme Court say? It was illegal. I do not believe this is going to stand the test of time, because you're interfering with the contract, because the people have every right not to have a contract with me. And then also, I'm going to look at ways to negate what you've done as a lawyer. I'm going to look at ways of putting mediation or other things. Or what I'll do is I won't rent to anybody who I suspect to be even marginal. So then you will get rid of good housing. And I've always told you all, you could come look at my housing. You can see it online. And already in North St. Louis, let me tell you, Dick Gephardt made a rule back when he was still congressman that we don't get the same rent in North St. Louis as you do in South St. Louis, okay? So we already get less rent. So even though my drywall, my kitchen cabinets, everything costs the same, we cannot get the same rent. That was thanks to Dick Gephardt, who talked about you only can get rent based on what the rate in the area was. So even if you fixed up an apartment and made it super nice, which mines are, I can't get the same rent. But we had made a decision a long time ago. We wanted to do good housing in North St. Louis, and that's what we've done. But when you start but I'm not under any of those things. We got tax credits. We did all of that. We sold it to our family. I actually can tape in mud, probably good as anybody. We had to learn how to do a lot of things. But when you start to put things like this in place, then you make my mind go to how I can go around it. And also, if I have to deal with people like that, I won't. And so we never have an apartment available for over a month, because people are wanting to move into a good place that's close, central air, central heat, all of these things. when you act as, you talk about the cost of doing business, but it ought to be a fair cost of doing business. So yes, I'm going to be able to stand it, and then I'm not going to give you a good recommendation for the next thing, because you're also, the landlords are going to call me and they're going to say, why aren't you? Because they didn't pay their rent. Then they went and got somebody as a lawyer to slow down, because they have no, it's not a reasonable excuse. And that's what I'm saying. When you say, oh, I didn't pay it because I had to pay my phone bill, that's not a reasonable excuse. So when I was an attorney with legal services, things like that, we would say that's not. Now, if it was something that was inhabitable, because it's a lot of bad landlords too. I've had tenants who rented in the summer, and then when it became, rented in the winter, and when it became summer, the air conditioner that they thought was not there. So I'm all in on their side on that kind of thing, okay? But when you just don't pay your rent, and it's nobody's fault but your own, and it's not for anything like that, when you then continue those cases, which I used to do, that's why, because I didn't understand how that affected people. And then one day I was talking to my husband's grandparents, and they were a maid and a chauffeur out at a very wealthy couple's house out in Ladue, or one of those places, okay? And so they had bought a 4-family, and they lived in the garage and made that into a house. And the 4-family, which we now have, they rented out. They cannot afford for, in this day and age, and there are people around like that, they could not have afforded for somebody to not pay their rent. And usually the older people will give you way more time than I will, because you got 1 month, less than a month with me. So we're still not going to be dealing with too much of how much you owe me, because I'm going to put you out. The only reason I didn't put the people out before is because I was not allowed to evict. Because if you do this to seniors and older people, they're not going to have an attorney. So now you made the tenant have more rights than the landlord. And you made it a dishonorable thing to be a landlord. It is not dishonorable. And you talk about the right to do business, but the cost of doing business, but the cost of doing business ought to be a fair thing. Now we're adding something that was not. When they got into this was not the cost of doing business. Now you're putting in a government regulation that says, I can slow this process down. And so grandma and grandpa, or people who barely making it, we're going to slow that process down. And so don't put them out while we find them someplace to live. When the tenant, what is the punishment to the tenant who just was irresponsible and didn't pay their rent? What is their cost of doing business? Because their cost of doing business used to be you got put out the apartment, but now you're saying that's not a cost of doing business on their end.
Well,
so what happens to them?
They'll certainly have a judgment put against them. And like I said, whether you can collect on that judgment has always been an issue in civil courts. Getting a piece of paper that says someone owes you money is different than them giving you money. But
and Alderman, that's why, just to your point, and that's why you get them out fast. If you think that they cannot, because I also have a security deposit, so I try to get them out within the means of their security deposit, so that I'm not left with money. Because what happens is then you pass those kind of costs on to the next person and to the next person. And then what I'm going to do is go up in Jefferson City and lobby so that landlords should be able to get more deposit up front, so that when this happens, or there's some kind of bond is required when you do this, so that if you're just slowing down the process and making it hard for me, then I'm going to be lobbying my people in Jefferson City that we basically cancel this out. And mind you, I am an advocate of housing. I think it's bad for people to not do good housing. I do it myself. I help my tenants learn how to do a budget. I help my tenants go to habitat houses, anything I can. But you cannot make a blanket rule. So when you don't even tell me that there is a income limit, then, and what happened, I want to tell you, back when we had that thing about you couldn't evict people, the tenants said to the landlords, cussing, you can't put me out, so don't talk to me about that blah, 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 blah money. That's ridiculous, okay? That was bad legislation. And this is going to be the same bad legislation without corrected behavior. We ought to have an income guideline. We ought to also be able to say no to some people. You don't have a case, you're not going to win it. You didn't pay your rent, and it wasn't because the landlord did something to you. It's because if you start taking all that information about how much money they make, and what their bills are, you'll soon find out why they're not able to pay their bills. And if your thing is, well, they should just be able to stay in somebody's place because they should, I guarantee you that this is going to end up on the Supreme Court or in the State House, and this is going to be overturned just like everything else, because it's not, what you have is a good intention with bad outcome and bad legislation is what I'm saying, okay? And so, I'm sorry, you said you want to get back to my point about people doing the cost of business and what happens to the tenant except for the fact that they have something on their credit rating or you can collect from them. And what happens, I want to just remind you, is you're going to keep them in until they get another place. Then you're going to be passing on that problem to the next landlord. And so again, you're criminalizing the landlord for having apartments. And you're saying everybody who has an apartment is doing something wrong. Or Airbnb, which I disagree with what I saw with the alderman, one of the aldermen here. I disagree with that whole thing. If you're going to also say that you can't vote on stuff that has to do with Airbnb, you can't vote on stuff if you're a tenant. There's all kind of things. We won't be able to vote on anything. So I told you already, Alderman, I disagree with that. But you cannot make a landlord bad when it's a bad tenant. And you cannot make all tenants equal. And if you don't have some kind of way to divide those tenants, that's a mistake. And I don't think legal services has been doing it wrong. They went into it with all good intent. And so I think we should, if we're going to undercut them and expand it, which I don't see why we wouldn't just give them more money because it's already set up so you don't have to pay an administrative cost, then I don't understand that, okay?
So if I could just respond to a couple of things there. We may just have a kind of a fundamental disagreement on interference with contract. I just cannot see that having access to an attorney during legal proceedings is interference with a contract. I think the judge is there to call balls and strikes on the contract itself and to see what the outcome is. You did bring up mediation and in a way of trying to maybe end around this. I think a lot of people would welcome mediation in leases because that's exactly, I think, the spirit of this legislation is to say, hey, just because you fall behind for whatever reason it may be, we're trying to prevent people from quickly being put out onto the streets with no other avenue. I think mediation would be a great way to go about having that discussion. And as far as getting the judgment against someone and what's the deal for a tenant who is acting in bad faith and just not paying you, a judge is going to see through that. I've seen that happen over and over. They issue judgments, sometimes with punitive damages associated with them, and the judgment creditor can levy on a bank account. They can garnish wages. There's a lot of ways to go about getting money from someone who you have a valid judgment against who actually has money. It's when someone is impoverished and you get a judgment against them that it's hard to collect because you can't squeeze blood from a stone. But when in kind of the bad actor case that you're talking about, someone who makes a whole lot of money and you get a judgment against them, you're going to collect on that judgment because they're going to have a bank account or they're going to have a paycheck. And you're going to go to the sheriff's office and levy on a bank account. You're going to put a garnishment in on a paycheck, and you're going to get that money with interest and the costs of collecting that judgment often.
So again, I've been doing this for 30 years, and I have levied accounts for 12 and 15 years. Let me just tell you that happens not only with landlord-tenant, but with child support. When people get levied, guess what they do with their jobs? In case you don't know, they quit them, and they disappear, and they're unbanked, which is all the things that I try for my tenants not to be. I talk to them. I help them join credit unions, and get banked. And look into your responsibilities and do what you pay people that they're giving you a chance to live in a decent house. Don't try to undermine them and make it so that they don't trust anybody else. What do you all say? So I disagree because I'm going to put in there about if you get an attorney, I'm going to put other fees about that, and I'm going to ask for if I can now have an account that's put up sort of like a bond, so that if you lose this, you should be having to pay this money into some kind of fee, because again, most of the attorneys that I know, most of the landlords that I know, they're not bad landlords. So if you go to them and you say, if you come to me and say, oh, I'm having this real problem right here, but let me tell you, then I want to see you cutting your expenses, okay? You don't get to still live. When I got married, we had a lot of debt. My husband and I used to get, he's going to hate me to tell you this, we sat down and we started out getting $10 a week. He used to whine all the time. I was a public defender, but we had a lot of debts, and we had decided we were going to get to a cash basis. And so then after a few months, after we paid out a few things, we went to $20. And you know, but that's what you had to get your hair cut, your lunch, your cleaning, so your hand wash stuff. This was before email and phones and stuff, but you just cut your debt back. I was raised that you pay your debt, and that I have a real problem. I have no problem if something happens and you just can't do it. In fact, I've let people live, okay, you can just stay here because you have no place, but it has to be a real problem. You're setting it up for the tenants to play the system, which is what they did with our last piece of legislation. They played the system. They cussed people out who came to talk to them about paying the rent. They stopped paying the rent because you could not evict them. So when you make these one size fits all, that's a mistake. You're talking about a difference of opinion. Oh, I'm going to put it in my contract everywhere, so it is going to be a right to contract, okay? And are you going to interfere with my right to contract? Every place I can find, I'm going to go around this legislation because I believe it to be bad legislation, not because I don't believe in tenants have a good, habitable place to live. I'm all for that the landlord should not be taking advantage of people and tricking them. You should not rent to somebody, tell them they got a heating and cooling, and then when it comes time for the cooling, there's no such thing. You have to fix things in a fast manner. You cannot wait and not fix things for 20 months, 10 months. That's not right. When we go to do something, if it does not get fixed, we put something new in there. So I live the life that I believe, but I also know the other side of it, okay? I know the tenants that don't want to be served, so you have to post because you don't serve them because they're running from being served. So when you post, you only get possession. You don't get your money, okay? So what are you going to do about that? So when they post, because the tenant is avoiding, they don't want to be served, and they know how to do that because they've done this before. So now you're going to post saying, I'm evict you. So now they get a landlord, a lawyer to say, well, my client is being evicted. Why weren't you served? Why didn't you accept the service then and go to court? Because you're not going to get that way. You only get possession. And rent and possession sometimes is the easiest way just to get rid of them. So how do you anticipate this working with just the posting?
In my experience, and it's funny that you asked that because I've dealt with this several times. In my experience, showing up to the court and arguing service doesn't work very well because the judge says, well, we're all here now. It seems like you have actual notice of these proceedings, so let's proceed from there. Except that
the judge doesn't necessarily, they can also say that you can have a lawyer show up to just challenge service.
Oh,
and
certainly.
Only that. And the judge cannot rule on anything but if they were served. And the ruling will always be if you did not do personal service, guess what? That tenant is always going to win. So then in that case, I guess you're saying that
there's no difference then in the outcome, I guess, is what the way I see it.
Okay, so then you would still try to represent that tenant?
Me personally?
I'm saying that with this program, still try to represent that tenant.
I think that would probably be up to the attorney. I would see it as a waste of an attorney's time because you're going to get the same outcome. So I'm not sure why an attorney would take their time, money, and energy doing that.
So you're saying that the attorneys can turn down cases?
I think I don't believe that the Board of Aldermen could pass an ordinance that would prohibit an attorney from turning down any case.
So what my question is, and I guess maybe I misunderstand, so when this program is set up, we're going to pay a program coordinator. Is that correct?
On the specific details, I would want to defer to the Alderwoman, the sponsor of this.
Well, I wanted
She's
to talk to
dug
somebody who's a
further-
lawyer, because the
further
Alderwoman-
into this.
I
I just
understand.
don't have the specifics.
Are you a co-sponsor of this legislation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you don't have the specifics.
I
Okay.
don't have the bill in front of me. I don't.
Okay, I do. So I see right here, and the reason why I didn't want to ask her, because last time she kept telling me I didn't understand. I bet you there's nobody who understands reading this legislation better than me at this Board of Aldermen. So I found that very insulting. So I don't want to ask people questions who insult my intelligence and insult my experience in education. Okay, I don't have to say I'm an attorney, but me and you are the only ones here. The rest of them are not. And I've been an attorney a lot longer than you, okay?
Sure, and
right.
I've deferred to you on many things.
Exactly, that's what
I'm not
saying. And that's why
not
I'm asking
disrespecting
you,
your.
because I felt like you would have the experience. And I don't like people to say, you don't understand. I do understand. That's why I'm asking you the questions, okay? So here on page 3 of 9, it says, section 1, it says, there is hereby appropriated the sum of $285,000 of the Corona Local Fiscal Recovery Funds to establish and administer a right to counsel program for residential tenants facing eviction in the city of St. Louis. So we already are not representing businesses, we're just residential. So that's a good thing right there, okay? And so when we get this program set up, there's gonna be some kind of director. So they're gonna get paid out of this $285,000?
That's typically the way it works, yeah, is that the funds are also used to administer the program.
So, and again, why wouldn't we just put this money into legal services where they already pay a director, and then it would go more into exactly,
This, I believe it's going to, I believe legal services is kind of overseeing this, and it's legal service providers.
legal service providers, okay, which they can also, like, I can go and work for legal services if I want to.
Sure, absolutely.
And just volunteer my time.
I think they'd be happy to have you, Alderwoman.
Dan Glacier, who runs legal services, that's who trained me when I was Rule 13, okay? And I still believe in a lot of their principles. I just found out that I didn't believe in continuing cases when the tenant was wrong. That was where I said, okay, this is not fair. And like I said, when my grandparents, well, my husband's grandparents, they had their little place for family. They didn't make any money. So if I show up Sharon Tyus and I'm continuing these cases, then I'm hurting them. Okay, they don't have an attorney. Well, they would have had me, but if I wasn't in the family, they don't have an attorney to fight their case for them. And so I'm victimizing somebody who gave people a chance. And I don't find older people that got these little 4 families and 2 families to be the people that are doing the tenants wrong. It's always, almost always the tenant that is somehow doing the landlord wrong. And they give them lots of time. They give them 8, 9, 10, 11 months, and the tenant doesn't pay anything, okay? And they tear up their property, and they also do all kind of bad behaviors. Now, the good thing about that is I counsel people who are like that to call the police on them and make them get put out under some of our nuisance laws. But that nuisance law also counts against that landlord. Did you know that? So when they got a person who is out of control in their property and you're calling the police on them trying to get them out, that under our nuisance laws counts against you, although you're being a good landlord. Are you aware of that? Mm-hmm. Do you think that's fair?
No, I believe you and I have discussed this before. I think there are some issues surrounding both residences and businesses when it comes to the way that we look at nuisance properties. Oftentimes we look at where a 911 call is coming from. I think that disproportionately affects people. It used to be near payphones. Now I can't remember the last time I saw a payphone, but near bus stops, near metro stops, any kind of place that people congregate, because if the 911 caller gives the address of the resident next to the business, or the business address, all of a sudden you start racking up those calls, and you become a problem property, even though you may be trying to get this problem away from your property.
Mm-hmm. And so back to this fee again. So if I still think that is a mistake to hire a director. If we already have legal services, that is a waste of money to me. That $285,000 should go directly into a program. I hate when we put a program on top of a program on top of a program
And
because
I'm
we're
not
hiring
sure
people.
that that's what's happening here. I believe that legal services is administering this. I don't know if any of those funds are going to aid in legal services administration of this, or if that all goes towards attorneys. I'm not sure. That's what I couldn't speak to.
Okay, so in section 2, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll put it down because it's going to blow again. Thank you. Just put it there. In section of that same section that I just read to you on page 3 of 9, section 2 defines coordinator to mean there shall be established within DHS a tenant legal service coordinator who will administer and oversee the program. Usually when that little phrase right there is in it, somebody's getting paid. So unless I see in here that they're going to be volunteering, that means we're going to spend some of that money on that.
So, and I'm just looking at the sponsor here, and she seems to be indicating to me, at least, that the director is not going to be receiving a whole bunch of those funds. That this is to carry out this.
I did not say a whole bunch. I said somebody's going to get paid, and what is a whole bunch is in the eye of the beholder. So, Mr. Attorney, don't try to trick me like that, because that's not what I said.
I will ask if I can inception this line of questioning. Inside of your line of questioning, am I permitted to ask
Sure.
the sponsor?
Sure.
Madam President, would the
You know, I would.
would the sponsor of the bill, the Alderwoman from the 10th Ward, yield for a question and a question? Is that doable?
The
Yes.
Alderwoman from the 10th yield to questioning by the Alderman from the 4th,
Yes.
and then the Alderwoman from the 12th.
Well,
Maybe.
from the 4th, I
Fourth?
will. Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you for that. I know you've heard the line of questioning from the Alderwoman from the 12th. You have more familiarity with this than I do. So the monies that she's talking about, are those going, and that was specifically inside the amendment that you brought today. Do you know the allocation of those funds as far as to administer the program versus to pay attorneys?
I do
and
not
whatnot?
know the exact number and the breakdown of that, Alderman, because what we have to do first is identify how many cases of the extreme backlog that we already have of eviction cases to see where that goes. The coordination has already what's been happening through Legal Services of East Missouri. Again, when I was there this past week, they've already been meeting as with other stakeholders for over 2 years over this. So they're going to be ready day one when this goes into place. And as for the coordinator, it's not going to be somebody, which, you know, I never judge that kind of spending or not spending, because you know that it is going to take someone to get those files in order. It is going to take someone to make sure that the trusted legal service providers that this money is going to, I want to make sure we're clear on that, because some of the conversation to me sounded like people might take it like a tenant was just going to get a check and be able to go hire a lawyer how they want to. No, these will be trusted legal service providers here, already ready and already been doing the work, and this will help aid and expand them to be able to do more work like this that is so badly needed. But just for clarity, the coordinator will be in charge of distributing written information by tenants and property owners, assisting tenants to form and maintain tenant associations, referring tenants to designated community groups, and engaging in other activities designed to engage, educate, and inform them about their rights. And so, you know, the idea that having a lawyer, I know you said it, but I know you didn't mean it like that, because when you said slow down, it just came out so fast. I know you didn't mean it like that, because in fact, this doesn't slow down the process. And that's what we heard from landlords that were involved in these stakeholder groups and in these conversations, that this will in fact make the process more efficient. And when we're talking about balance of power, one of our colleagues this morning said you can't talk about equality without talking about inequality. And in those hours of people that came and testified that needed this service, we heard about the inequality. And we know that Legal Services of Eastern Missouri and other groups like that serve from a level of inequality. So to answer your question, no, I don't know the exact amount, but yes, a coordinator will be hired, and yes, these funds will be ready to go on the ground for right to counsel.
Okay, thank you. And so ultimately, this is not about any tenant getting a check and hiring an attorney of their own. This is an expansion of an
That's
existing legal services of Eastern Missouri program.
In fact, we don't even know. The administration plan will be designed and implemented no later than July 1 of 2024, and the individuals will be located in the zip codes where the highest number of eviction filings will be prioritized for the services. It does go to, it goes to, not to a tenant, but it goes to a legal services. For instance, I'm sure with the work that they're going to do, they're going to take on more. And there were so many other lawyers and firms that were at their new opening of their neighborhood branch right down in Old North St. Louis that said they are ready to be on board with this. So, you know, I don't want to get into, I know this lawyer at this firm is going to do that because, again, this program will be designed.
This is just.
But, you know, I do know that they're ready. They've been meeting and they're ready.
All right, thank you. So with that, I guess I'm back on the hot seat.
Thank you. No, it's not the hot seat.
Well, I'm just trying
You
to
feel like it's the hot seat?
procedurally figure out where we are. Yeah.
Because we need to know procedure. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
that is important. Rules and goals. One time, you can have a good intent with a bad outcome when you write
Absolutely.
bad laws. Remember, I'm the person that used to talk about how crazy Proposition D was, and people didn't hear me until we had that election for president, and we spent a couple of $100,000 for no reason, and then it trained people not to go vote the first time. They said, because we know we got to have a second. That's dumb. Then we rolled that
I
up
think
into
you
the
and
charter.
I both agreed
And
on
it's in
that
the charter
issue.
now, but
Yeah.
nobody would listen. And so you know me to be a rule person, okay? And so if it's not a good rule and it's not going to work out the way we think it should, we should make sure we examine it and get it right. So I heard everything she said. Only difference is I actually, let me try again, worked at legal services, worked at as a public defender, know how it works, not about this pie in the sky stuff that I heard. So yeah, we don't want to, I never said anybody was going to get, any attorney was going to get money. I said the coordinator is going to get paid. And I don't understand why we would have a coordinator and hire him and pay him when we already have legal services and let them have coordinators. And by the way, with legal services, you can go and volunteer your time. Did you know that? You can also give money as the public to legal services. I'm a supporter of them, but they already have this set up. I am always just amazed when we start putting added parts of bureaucracy, and then I start seeing people get paid. The reason why I asked for the treasurer's bill to be taken off, because we have these non-bid, no-bid contracts. And then when you try to get information about who's getting paid, everybody wants to clam up and say, oh, it doesn't have to be adversarial, but it does have to be transparent, and you need to know what you're doing. And when you pass these laws, then you shouldn't be able to come back and say, I don't want to tell you where the money is going or how it's being spent.
I
So I
agree with
am
you there.
making a record of it right now, okay? Because I have worked at those. So anybody who wants to worry about, oh, Sharon Tice is against tenants having attorneys. No, I've been a tenant attorney while I was a landlord. I am against bad laws that work unfairly against other people. Our laws should be written so they're fair to everybody. Okay, so if we're going to do that, you're telling me, and I want to get back to this cost of doing business, that grandma has to absorb the cost of doing business when some tenants are very savvy. So they know how to play the game. And just to tell you what happened, when we had that you could not evict, as soon as the Supreme Court said you could, all those tenants who had not paid rent, guess what they did? They disappeared. And you got to spend money to try to find them. And then they quit. I found one, they quit. So that's what I'm saying. This was bad legislation. It continues to be bad legislation. It doesn't get it doesn't get better because you want to say it's better. And so when you say, oh, that's just the cost of doing business, so what you're telling me is grandma shouldn't be able to rent out her little 4-family flats, and if she does, then she should be able to deal with very sophisticated tenants who have known how to play the game, and then we'll come in and help that sophisticated tenant stay in a place until they can find someplace else. What happens if nobody else wants to rent to them?
I think ultimately the courts move at the speed of the courts, and in my experience with rent and possession cases, most judges here in the city that I've dealt with do want to return possession to landlords fairly quickly, especially if you're not I guess I'll say a corporate landlord. If you are kind of the mom and pop with the 2-family, 4-family situation, a lot of times a judge will say, hey, you know, on your first appearance, we're going to try and work this out. We'll see you in two weeks, a month, and if it's not worked out, I'm signing an order.
It's usually a month, okay? And it's not a lot of times. It depends on the judge. I used to have somebody who was really good, and they would ask them, do you owe the money? Do you have a reason why you haven't paid it? And then if they said no, then they would go ahead and say, we're hearing this case right now. That's what needs to be done. Because what I'm telling you is there ought to be a valid reason why they did not pay, not just that they didn't pay and then they run to an organization who then, this the other thing that often happens, judges will give attorneys a continuance. And if you get 2 of those, that's 2 more months on top of whatever has not been paid. And you can put people out of business. And we're always talking about we want quality, low-income housing, where people can rent. And so when you start to do that, you start to make people not want to deal with people. Because I'm going to work with the grandmas and grandpas, helping them. Anybody who wants my help, I'm going to help them for free, because that's not right to treat them like that. I hope all of the people who don't care about when I talk about seniors get to be 85 or 90 years old and they've outlived their money. That was one of the things my mother always talked to me and my stepfather, is don't outlive your money. Because when you're young, you think, oh, that will never happen to me. But you don't know what the rate of inflation, you don't know any of this that could happen that will make it hard for you to now survive. And now when you come with these regulations and rights of tenants, and you don't in any way say, well, if it's a person who has a 4-family and is not a corporate person, then we're going to exempt that out, and you're just going to have to deal with that, okay? Or you don't say, you got to come to us and show us that you actually have a good case, that it's inhabitable, the landlord has done something wrong, you not paying your rent, or you had a unexpected illness, or your child, or there are really good reasons why tenants don't pay rent, okay? And I even excuse rent sometimes when it's something like that, because I can afford to do that, and everybody can't. But when you just don't pay your rent because you're getting the best Air Jordans, you got the best iPhone, and you know, that's not right. That is not right. And so we keep addressing down here the people who, and assuming that the people we're giving this money to or giving these rights to are doing the right thing. But a law, when we have a speeding law, it's not because we assume everybody's going to drive the correct speed limit. It's because we know that they're not. And so we have to have some limitations. So when I see legislation like this, it doesn't have the correct limitations to be fair to people. Yes, all those tenants was out there and they're advocating for it because they don't own anything. And so they don't know. So the whole time when we couldn't evict people, I still had to pay insurance. I still had to pay light. We pay water bills. We pay sewer bills, which I'm not going to pay water bills anymore. Since you guys have done that, that's going to be now something that's passed on to the tenants. We pay sewer bills. We had to pay electricity because we have electricity and security all outside. You still have cost of doing. We had grass cut every 2 weeks. All of that stuff, you still got to do your repairs. And that's supposed to come out of the money that you get from a tenant. And if you do not get that money, then you cannot fix your apartments up. And then when the tenants leave, often they've torn your apartments up, and it takes, not only does it take money, it takes you time because you got to hire people or you got to do it to fix these things up. So that whole thing of painting everybody with a broad stroke is a stereotype. This is not fair. And that's why I asked the last time, and we didn't pass it out, why don't we have something in here protecting people who are smaller owners, who got 2-family flats or 4-family flats. And what I'm hearing from you is that we have a difference of opinion in that you think even if I'm a small owner and I don't know how to, you know, I'm just written a little bit, that I have to take the risk now that you have come and changed the law, and I can't go down and try to get them out. I gotta then wait for them to get an attorney. Then the attorney's gonna say, well, Your Honor, I need at least 30 days to sit down and try to do X, Y, Z. But we don't make the tenant put up any money in good faith in case they lose to say, okay, if you want this, see, I'm supportive if they have to put some money up. If they put money up so that if they lose, now the landlord is not being unfairly burdened with something, okay? Because if you don't do that, you're just shifting all the burden onto somebody who may not be able to do it, and that's wrong to me. And that is not a cost of doing business for grandma or for people who don't understand, or sometimes people who are from another country who bought a little four family. That is not a fair trade-off to me. So if you're saying it is, we do have a difference of opinion. And my next question is, so I'm looking at this page 4 of 9, okay? And it talks about so they would also, as I'm understanding it, if utility, I'm looking at page 8 of 9, and they talk about an unlawful utility disconnection, okay? Because what often happens when you don't pay my rent, I don't have any money to pay those utilities, because that's part of it. Your rent goes to paying those utilities. So then you're going to sue the landlord for not paying utilities for somebody who's not paying their rent. Is that what I'm hearing?
So I believe that portion of it is part of what's called self-help eviction, which is already unlawful in the state of Missouri. I've never seen a judge come after a landlord when the landlord was genuinely struggling to pay any of the utilities. I have seen judges become absolutely incensed when landlords do things like take the doors off of buildings and turn off the electricity, cut the water off, things like that. But I think that the idea there, excuse me, the idea there is some protection from that. I've never seen a judge say, Grandma can't afford to pay her utilities and yours, so we're going to punish her.
So, as I said, from now on, the utilities will be included in my lease. I used to pay many of them, but now, as you do this stuff, I just make my lease harder, okay? I'm going to make sure that I'm covered, because I can't stay in business for the people that's good if you protect the people who have no right to be protected.
I know just in my own experience, every utility with the exception of water, I as a tenant had been responsible, and I believe the only reason I wasn't responsible for water is because they'll put a lien on the real estate if the water bill doesn't get paid. But I own now, but as a younger person when I was renting, I always had to pay electricity, always had to pay gas, always had to pay trash, all that.
So I want to point out that sometimes they have older buildings and all that stuff is connected, and then you have to pay the money sometimes to break it up and put meters and things on. Mm-hmm. So that's when they will pay the utilities, and they charge that as part of your rent. But as we get to these things, I would encourage people to put all meters. I'm going to put water meters all through my building now. I'm going to put water meters on them. And then I want them to have to get their own water turned on. I'm going to spend the money so they are responsible for turning it on or turning it off. So if they're not paying it, they'll soon know, because they'll get it turned off. Those are all the kind of things that when you start to do this, landlords have to look at how to protect themselves, okay? Not because they don't want to be a good landlord, because they are, and they have to deal with really bad tenants. On line 18 of page 4, it talks about full legal representation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Line 18 of page 4 of 9 talks about full legal representation, means ongoing legal representation provided by a designated organization to a covered individual, and all legal advice, advocacy, and assistance associated with the representation that is required to provide the best possible outcome for a particular case, where representation is provided subsequent to the filing of an eviction. What is the best possible outcome?
Well, I believe that that's probably to prevent attorneys from filing limited entry of appearances for the purpose of getting a continuance only. I've seen attorneys do that in various cases where the defendant simply wants more time. They don't necessarily want to actually sort out the issues. They only want more time.
You're making my point.
And so the attorney will say, Judge, the scope of my representation is limited to asking for more time. And in landlord-tenant issues, judges see right through that. They know that you're just buying time. So I think in order to make this program effective, we have to have attorneys who are willing to advocate for more than just delay, to advocate to say, hey, can we work out a payment plan? Hey, can we come to a new agreement potentially? Hey, you know, life experiences have changed and I don't want a judgment against me. If I just leave, can we dismiss this? Can we work out a negotiated settlement? Can we, you know, do whatever the case may be? And I think that's an important part of lawyering just in general, is being able to use every tool in the box when it comes to representing your client.
Is that when the lawyer enters, they have to stay and they have to have good intent to represent the client.
Yes.
But sometimes you have clients that do not work with you,
I
do
agree.
not appear where they're supposed to, and then attorneys withdraw.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
I think
so. It's
that,
not meant to keep that attorney from withdrawing. It's meant to keep an attorney from having a bad intent in the beginning, not to fully represent, but just to only get a continuance.
that's my belief as to why that's in there.
Okay,
yes.
but what is well, then they don't have to say it. They don't have to make the case. Then they can just later say, this tenant doesn't have a good case, or they're not showing up or whatever, and then get right back out.
Well, you know, with legal services, and you've worked with legal services. I've done some work with legal services. My sister worked with legal services for quite some time. I've never seen them. They work on pretty limited resources.
They do.
I've never seen them want to waste their resources on sure losers and in bad faith. I've seen them advocate for people who would not otherwise be able to have an advocate.
Okay, so then you're back to my point. So there has to be some kind of inquiry at the beginning about what are good cases and what are not. And that's what I used to do as part of when I was Rule 13.
And
when we would interview people, there were some people that just had bad faith. And so I'm just looking at, when I see the best possible outcome, it's like keeping them in until they can get someplace else. That might be the best possible outcome from a tenant, but that's not a fair and good outcome when they really don't have a reason for not paying, or except for they just didn't, okay? And so there are gonna be some kind of questions asked about, you know, why you didn't pay your rent. Do you have a way to do this?
Sure.
Is there a way
and
something we can work out?
You've done the intake with legal services. You know, I'd say most of the people who contact legal services has to turn away, unfortunately. And the goal of this is to expand the number of people that legal services can help, because we know that there are people who are good faith actors who need the help of legal services that legal services simply does not have the means to help.
But
And
if we put more
so
money
this-
into legal services, then they will, right?
Well, that's certainly the goal of this, is
Okay.
that they will have the capacity to do more.
Okay, and so to me, when I read that whole thing of best outcome is, so from when I was at legal services, was the best outcome was to give the tenant time to get someplace else. But now, after all these years, I know how unfair that was to the landlord, okay? I did, a young new attorney, I'm just doing what I thought was right, which was, I'm gonna keep that tenant there. Your Honor, can we have this? I'm gonna find and pick apart that apartment. I'm not looking at all the stuff that the tenant did, okay? But now, 30 years later, I know a whole different story. And that's called wisdom and experience. And so that's why I'm questioning this, because obviously I had the intent to protect people, even as a landlord, back when I was going to law school. Let's go to page 6 of 9. It says, a landlord serving a notice to terminate tenancy upon a tenant must at the same time, I can't say that word, provide written notification of the tenant's ability to access legal representation under the program created by this ordinance and how to access it. Couldn't you just put it in the lease, or do you also have to do it when you serve them? What about if you just put it in the lease and say you have right to, and in fact, I'm now gonna make it a part of my separate, I have forms that I have them sign so that it's brought out, it's in the lease, but I also make them sign it. So could you put it in the lease, or is it required that you have to also do it?
I believe the language there is fairly plain, but I think, the same way that in contracts you do things like in consideration of $1, which is hereby acknowledged, you could probably get some interesting contract work going there.
Well, I'm just saying that, so notice needs to be up front. So this is what I see as the whole problem with leases, and this is me as 30 years as a landlord. You need an attorney before you sign the lease more than after. After is the problem. If anything, I would see if it was a new innovative idea, was before you sign a lease, you go and say, is this a good lease? People don't know how to look for things. They don't know how to look for cars. They don't know how to look for apartments and things like that. After the fact is much harder than if we were providing services for tenants in the beginning, where we could go and they could bring it to legal services or one of the organizations, and they would go over this lease. And they would say, this is illegal, this is illegal. Like right now in the state of Missouri, you can only have 2 months security deposit. So somebody's making you pay a full year up front, that's illegal, okay? Or having a security deposit that's 5 months, that's illegal. So I think we missed somewhat of the boat, that we didn't put this as something that we would do before. We wait until the people are already stressed, and then we're trying to address something that somebody already has in place, okay? And a better thing is to get it before it becomes a problem. And that way, and also provide leases that the tenant could go to the landlord and say, this is a better lease, could we use this lease? Just a suggestion, okay? So it says that the coordinator is going to provide a notice form providing this information and make it available to property owners for when you provide a notice of eviction. So if you're doing a if you're doing a rent and possession, that would be usually used. I post and I send a certified letter, and I also try to serve. But if you're just doing a possession, I guess you would put that notice up on the door where you would post.
Yeah, the sheriff could post it, a special process server could post it.
Doesn't have to be a sheriff. When rent and possession, you don't have to have a sheriff. You can post, and I post, and then I take a picture. I put it on their front and back doors if they have one, so that they can't go in and out of their house without seeing it. It doesn't require you to have a sheriff do a posting. Okay, so. But you don't, even though they can provide it, my question is, you don't have to use their exact form, as long as it says, you are hereby notified that according to St. Louis City Ordinance, blah, 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 that you have right to it. I have now notified you that you are going to be evicted, and under such an ordinance, you have a right to an attorney, and this is where you might be able to find said attorney. Do you find that as proper notice?
I would hesitate to weigh in on how a judge would read that, but
Well,
I believe typically as long as a good faith effort is made to comply with ordinances, particularly in cases like this, a judge is going to say, yeah, that passes muster for me.
So the reason why I say that is because it says the coordinator shall designate a design and notice form providing this information and make it available for use by property owners for this purpose of notice. But how will he won't know, or she won't know, all the property owners.
No, I think it'll be made available, on a website or wherever.
Right.
But as long as anyone's complying with you've been lawyering for quite some time. Typically, as long as someone's really working their best to comply with the spirit of the law, judges do give quite a bit of leniency, particularly in associate circuit cases, which is where most of these are heard.
So I'm looking in here, and it says there's going to be a cap on caseloads, which is very good. When I was a public defender, we actually went on strike and had bake sales when Durker was the presiding judge, because we had so many cases, we just couldn't handle them. And they said that they were going to put us in jail. We knew that couldn't happen, because if you put the public defenders in jail, you will find out that the courts come to a grinding halt. So what they did, Terry Niehoff, They fired him because they said he was the leader. He's out here still practicing law, but they did that because but they then made a law in the state of Missouri about how many cases public defenders can have, because you were not doing good counsel the way you were doing that. So I'm glad to see that there's a cap in the caseload. Okay, what happens when we run out of money? Then what happens?
So that was my initial concern here, was that we were going to be putting forward a piece of legislation that would provide protection for our residents for a year or two, and then we would no longer be able to provide these same services, and people would think that they were there and then find out at the 13th hour that they were not. After discussions with both the president of the board and the mayor's office, there are grants for exactly this type of program that other cities have done this before us, and a lot of them are grant funded. So the idea is now that we're applying for those grants in order to carry on the program, to fund it essentially indefinitely.
And why would we just apply for those grants for legal services?
That would be a question for the mayor's office.
Okay, and administrations do change.
Absolutely.
And then what happens if the next administration doesn't believe in this?
Well, I think, elections have consequences. If this is a popular program, I think the people want to see it continue. If it's not, they won't.
Popular with whom?
The voters.
Yes, and that can be a very different group of people we're talking about. Because if I'm a landlord, this is not going to be popular with me, and me and my people are going to go out and vote our interest. Okay. When do you see this program implemented?
I would have to look to see the effective date on. I believe things start moving in July, but I would have to look at the effective dates
Okay,
on the.
well here it says, right here, it says in section 6, 7 of 9, it says, within 60 days of the passage of this ordinance, the city shall post a coordinator position to hire a qualified candidate. Okay? No or later than 120 days after hiring the coordinator shall develop and publish the director of DHS an administrative plan to implement the program. The administrative plan shall include a strategy for increasing the capacity of the program to meet the target caseloads identified in Exhibit A, which is right here, a couple of pages later, okay? So we're looking at hiring somebody within 60 days. No, they're gonna post within 60 days. So if this gets passed and signed, 60 days after that, they'll post the job, and then another 120 days. So we're talking about 180 days before we get something up and going. Is that correct?
That's what it says here. I think it speaks for itself. Yeah, and then the representation of individuals needs to become available no later than July 1, 24.
Okay, but you're hoping that it does this before that, if we get somebody who is a coordinator.
If the program could be stood up and we can clear the backlog in our courts, the civil courts in particular have become almost hopelessly backlogged as a result of months and months and months of not having in-court proceedings, and that's been harmful for virtually every civil case on the docket. I believe that part of the hope of this is to unstick some of the docket there, because if we have more capacity, we can move through the civil docket, and all of these landlord-tenant issues would be on the, for the most part, associate circuit civil dockets, yeah.
And you think they will move faster if you have an attorney assigned to, because there is going to be a limit of how many people can get attorneys. I can tell you that right now.
Oh, for sure, for
It's
sure.
a limit with the public defenders. It's a limit with legal service. And like, as I said, I have a problem with us not just putting this money all into legal services who already knows how to do that. So when we're hiring people, and we're adding a level of bureaucracy that I don't see why we would do that. Why wouldn't we just already, the people who already know how to do that, just fund them more instead of hiring a coordinator? Because they're coordinating the same thing that they already do. So I see this as somebody's friend that's going to get hired, and that is a problem for me. Or somebody's organization is going to be part of it, and that's making them feel that they're part of something. I don't believe that you recreate the wheel when the wheel is already working well, especially when the only thing the wheel needed was more money. So that I also have a problem with. There's been nothing that explained to me why we needed a coordinator, why we couldn't just give that money to legal services where they already have it set up. And I also am adamantly opposed to giving attorneys to people without having some kind of test if they need them, and if who we're going to adversely affect when we give this, and if it's seniors and people like that. And then if we come back and it gets taken to the Supreme Court and gets overridden, like ruled unconstitutional like they did with our former legislation, then you've put a lot of people in a bad way. And my final question, I'll let you go. Do you know of any other cities that have implemented such a program?
Yes, there have been.
Okay.
I would defer to either the president or the sponsor on which cities. I've been working on short-term rentals, excise reform, and this, and I don't want to give you bad information because I've been looking at other cities on all of them, and I just don't have the information in front of me.
I'll request when you do excise reform, just take Ward 12 out. And 13 probably wants to come out. Several of us don't want to be part of it.
The moratoriums in place, I guess we're probably off subject here, but the moratoriums will stand.
Okay, well, and I wrote my moratoriums by neighborhood, not by wards, because I was anticipating that this was going to come, but that's a different thing. But thank you so much. I appreciate you not telling me I don't understand, because I do understand, and I ask questions because I do understand, and I've done a lot of this. I disagree. I'm perfectly okay with people disagreeing with me. I am insulted and think people are mocking me when they tell me I don't understand. That is insult. And I could have said something very much insulting to the person who said it, and I would tell all the new people, the people that are not attorneys, don't tell attorneys what they don't understand unless I want to question you about how you do hair or whatever that you do. So I appreciate you've been a very good person who has answered the questions, and we don't have to agree, but I wanted my questions answered. This make me even more determined that this legislation has problems, and I will be a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderman for the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. I rise today as a co-sponsor of this legislation to just speak why I support it. That was of the inquiry before. It was lengthy, but coming from two attorneys, I did learn a lot, and also with due respect to, one being a landlord owner, respect kind of a different viewpoint. I think that's the great thing about having debate. I'm not an attorney, but I do think from my walk of life and experience that I come from, that I wanted to put my 2 cents in on the bill and why I support it. I am a renter, have been a renter, and I've been one of those renters, because one thing that let me get to the spirit of the bill. As I've talked to the Alderwoman about the bill, and I've talked to organizations about this piece of legislation, and why is it important to make sure that we have this piece of legislation following 16 other cities and 4 states that have passed similar legislation, is because, first off, housing is a human right. It is a right that everyone should have. But what we've seen is, as we try to, and this is just my opinion, kind of diminish renters and say this and that about them, we've also seen landlords abuse power when it comes to renters. A lot of renters that fall into, I feel like the last conversation we put a black cloud over renters, just saying, oh, they don't pay their bills because they getting Jordans and iPhones and all of that. I'm not trying to control anybody's financial needs. I also know in the African American community we don't do very well, and it's been a long generation of our community not getting that financial education, not even knowing what credit is. Thank God my mom taught me about credit, taught me about why community credit unions are important over banks, the history of how banks have really hurt our African American community. But as a renter, I fell into a hard spot when I was a low-wage worker, living in an apartment where when I signed up for that program, I met all the qualifications. I met the income needed to be able to stay there. I've had a decent credit because I didn't have no credit, but I was able to get my first apartment. As times got hard, I lost my job, and at one point I had got a letter on my door of eviction. Not because I didn't want to pay my rent, it was because I fell on hard times and couldn't pay my rent. And I want to lift up so many, especially as we're coming post-COVID and people are still trying to find work. I mean, our city is struggling to hire people because the compensation pay isn't just that. So I want to ensure, as I was at the HUD's committee hearing, and it was heartbreaking to hear so many renters talk about their personal lived experience. I can remember one lady talk about her generational trauma of being abused and raped and losing her job and going through all that and later getting kicked out of her home and being homeless with her child. How she wanted to continue to stay in that place and how she wanted to try to find work, but she couldn't find work and end up getting removed out of her home. So this, while it may not be a perfect piece of legislation, I hope as a board, when we see these pieces of legislation coming across our computers, noticed up for HUDs, we all are experienced in our own way. If you have an expertise, it's instead of trying to rip it apart, let's try to build it up so that we can pass something that can be what other cities have done and has shown, studies have worked, that we need to protect individuals that are being abused. However, there are also landlords that may not be these big company landlords, and you do have your smaller mom and pop and grandma or even just young people too who are landlords trying to provide a service and get a business and are getting abused by renters or being taken advantage of. And I totally understand that element too. I mean, hey, if we want to do a renter's bill of rights or whatever, or a landlord bill of rights, let's do it. But as we're talking about this legislation, it was just a lot of disheartening things that I heard that, you know, saying tenants are horrible people and marginalized people. I mean, wherever the line is, north of Page, north of Delmar, what we know in North St. Louis that the median income is a lot lower. I mean, if you start breaking down life expectancy, if you start breaking out individuals that go off to school, it is a bigger struggle for people of color. And when they're put into situations where they can't necessarily pay their rent, I don't want to put on them, as I've been able to talk to a lot of tenants, that these tenants aren't paying their rent because they just want to be negligent. There's always going to be bad actors. There's always going to be bad apples, but the majority of people that I know that fall into hard times, not only do they fall into hard times and then they get an eviction literally 2-3 days later saying now you have to go to court. And in my process, even after I paid my rent, I still had to show up in court because everyone write their leases differently. Still had to show up in court and didn't know what to do in that time frame because I'd never been in that situation. Didn't have the funds to get legal counsel. Was barely going to be able to pay that following rent where I'd be in that same spiral of not just worrying about my rent, also worrying about how I'm going to get gas in my car to get to work, how I'm going to keep food on my table because I wasn't at that threshold to be able to get food stamps. It is so many things. Paying my utilities, which in my case, the utilities was not tied into the rent. I had to pay that on a separate notice. So I just want to really lift up again how housing is a human right, and a majority of tenants who are going through the struggle of not being able to pay their rent ain't just horrible people. They are people that fell on hard times. And to be honest, we all or one potential paycheck away, potentially. Some people got 2 jobs, some people are landlords. I know this is my only job, but we all can be one paycheck away from becoming homeless. We all could be one paycheck away from getting that letter on our door and not knowing what to do, not knowing who to reach out to. So the fact that there's been a lot of hard work that's been put in to make sure that there is an entity, legal service entity, that will make sure these people that do fall on hard times have some type of background, I appreciate it. And Madam President, if I can inquire of the Alderwoman from the 7th Ward.
The Alderwoman from the 7th?
6th
or
Ward.
You mean 6th? Would the Alderwoman from the 6th Ward yield to questioning from the Alderman from the 14th?
Yes, Alderman, I will yield to questions.
Thank you, Alderwoman, for yielding. First, have you ever been a renter or a tenant?
Yes, I've been a renter for 20, hold on, let me think. More than 20 years.
Okay. In your time of being a renter, have you ever found yourself between a rock and a hard spot of potentially paying your bills or being close to maybe getting a red flag on your door for eviction?
I have experienced times that have been tight, certainly.
I also noticed you are a co-sponsor of the legislation, and I'm just curious of what made you want to be a co-sponsor. I know we're new members down here, but this legislation has been happening for a while. We're just curious, why did you co-sponsor onto such of a piece of legislation?
Well, I've heard, and I think the stat is that the city is between 50 to 55% renters, if I'm correct. And so, you know, when we talk about, when we look at the issue of folks who are unhoused, that this is part of the continuum, right? If we can keep people who want to stay in their homes, and renters have homes, then we should look at ways to make sure that they understand what's happening and have the right to counsel. That's not the only part of the solution, but that is certainly a part of the unhoused issue here in the city, I believe.
Yeah. And I'm happy you lift up that unhoused pieces. Like I said, we're all not all, but several people could be a paycheck away from being unhoused. And I think, you know, by putting programs in place, hope ensure that it is correct, which I think was a good conversation that we heard before. You know, how do we make sure what we're going to do is not just legally sound, but don't end up doing the opposite. But when we're putting programs in place like this, where we're giving assistance to, in my opinion, because we're all entitled to our opinion, a majority of people who are renters that fall on a bad hardship for the city of St. Louis, what we're saying is we care about people and not allowing them to become more unhoused. Would you say the same?
Yes, I also think it's a bill that addresses the economic realities of the city, right? If we have 50 to 55% of people who are unhoused, I think before the pandemic, as the pandemic was happening and there was federal subsidies, or I forgot the name of the checks they gave us during the pandemic, that people had said, hey, in a few years after the pandemic, we're gonna see a potential swell of people who can't afford their rent, and thus, you know, more potentially unhoused people. So I think, and I don't have the stats in front of me, I can find it, but I mean, there's stats on the economy that quite a few people, even people who own homes, are paycheck to paycheck. You know, that is the reality of our country. So I think if we're looking at things holistically at this board, as this board wants to do, and this is part of the solution, it may not be that every renter, I'm glad Alderwoman Clark Hubbard sort of explained the mechanics of the program, that this is not a one-size-fits-all for everybody, but particularly that the intent is to look at the people who are in the most need. And again, that ties into the bigger question, if we're looking to keep people from being unhoused, protecting the unhoused, then the first step is keeping people in their homes.
I appreciate that. Madam President, can I inquire of the Alderman from the 9th Ward?
The Alderman from the 9th yield to questioning from the Alderman for the 14th.
Yes.
How you doing, Alderman?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. I know your experience and passion as I've been able to build a relationship with you. You care strongly about housing rights and housing justice, and also know that you as a co-sponsor on this legislation. And I was just curious, why did you, sign on, or what is your support of this piece of legislation?
So this is something I've long advocated for. It's a tool in the tool belt for making sure that we have quality housing in this city. People do deserve a roof over their head. They do deserve shelter. And we know the effect that eviction has on somebody. It's a judgment that follows them around, makes it more difficult for them to find housing, makes it more likely that they'll end up under a slumlord who will then take advantage of them because they have so few options. It is not right that one person in this equation should have legal representation, but the other should not. I think that everybody deserves their day in court, and I would please ask the Alderwoman from the 12th, please not make comments while I hold the floor. Okay. I think that people really do deserve their day in court, and when you do make sure that they have representation, we actually come to more fair outcomes. If they're in the wrong, they're in the wrong. But if they are, for whatever reason, being evicted illegally, then we do need to closely examine that and make sure that they have their representation to make sure that they're not being removed without good reason. I'm going to tell a short story here. I was doing the Hodemont tracks cleanup a couple weeks ago, and I came across a large pile of garbage. And upon closer examination, it was the belongings of an entire family that had been evicted. So I was going through this, trying to pick it up, trying to clean up the street, and I came across children's textbooks, toys, Christmas decorations, things that a family would clearly want to keep should they be removed from their housing, but this ended up dumped in some alley. And I can't emphasize enough the injustice of this. When we allow that to happen, it has effects throughout our communities, throughout our neighborhoods. And if you don't like illegal dumping, then you should be for this. If you don't like seeing people that are unhoused, then you should be for this, because people will do anything to retain that housing. And I would challenge anybody, if you were at risk of losing your house today, would you not do every single thing you could to retain that shelter for you and your family? So I'm supporting this strongly today because I believe it'll have great effects, not just for the renters in our city, but for our entire city.
Yeah, and I think one thing that you highlighted that I really also want to uplift is, like you said, when someone gets an eviction on their name, it puts them in a very hard position to even be able to then try to find housing again. Because when they're getting vetted through a landlord process, they see that eviction, they be like, oh, they're irresponsible, right? Not that, again, they fell on a hard time. I'm a single mother living in zip code 63106 where the median income is $15,000, and I'm trying hard every day to make sure I keep up, not just with rent, with food, make sure my kids got clothes on their back, make sure they got food on the table, detergent, toiletries, all these necessary things, and then you fall into a hard space, and now you have an eviction on your name, even to the process where you get potentially kicked out, and you're able to get up off your feet, and you try to move back in somewhere else, but you're being looked at or have a black cloud over you now because you have an eviction on your name. And again, I think we have to remember that, housing is a human right. And it is also a privilege to some individuals as we look out these windows and see several of our unhoused people right outside City Hall don't have housing in tremendous 107 index weather. So when you had brought up that eviction, it just made me think again how that is something that is stuck with people for a very long time, that even makes it harder for them to get housing in the future.
Yes, and I can't emphasize enough that if you don't like seeing the people who fall through the cracks of our society out struggling, then you should be in favor of this bill. It ensures fairness. It ensures that people are going to get their say and make sure that the right thing happens. So I do ask that my colleagues, join me in supporting and perfecting this bill today, because I think it will have wonderful effects for our city.
Thank you, Alderman from the 9th. That's all I have, Madam President.
All right, any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 13th.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm hearing it what everybody's saying, and that's fine. And so, twofold. I was one of the people, so I know what it is to try to raise your family, make a minimum wage. I know all of that. I get that. And I know what it is to have a decent landlord, and I know what it is to have a butthole for a landlord. So I've been on both sides, and I own property, and I treat my people that rent from me like I made sure that I wasn't going to make sure that they were treated like I was. But the whole issue that I'm having is, again, we have these dollars, and we have an organization that's doing the work. So my question is, why we keep recreating new positions and keep adding on when we're struggling as a city to get staffing in the first place? And now we're trying to create something else. When if we have, what's the name of the organization? Thank you, Alderman. The League of Services of Eastern Missouri is doing the work. So why wouldn't this organization get the dollars if they're already doing the work? That's my biggest frustration with this. We keep adding positions and coming up with all these creative ideas, but we can't even fill the positions in refuge, forestry, parks, and so now we want to add another position. So that's just my concern. I sympathize with people that's dealing with it, but like I said, on the other end, as a owner that rent property, I deal with the people that rather get their hair done, their nails done, than go buy lobsters for their boyfriends and not pay the rent. So I was always taught that's the first thing you pay is your rent. So even if you have to communicate with the people that own the property, and that was always a challenge. But on the other hand, we have slum landlords that don't give a flimity flam about people, and they put people in property that's unsafe, that needs to be condemned. And so, yeah, we need to address that too. So it's so many layers that we're dealing with, and I'm just trying to figure out, why do we keep adding positions when we have an organization that's doing the work, and make sure that organization is able to do the work sufficiently and take care of those families that need that assistance? That's the only thing I'm asking. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, if the alderman from the 14th would yield.
The alderman from the 14th yield to questioning from the alderwoman from the 12th.
Absolutely. Camera got my good side.
Alderman, you made several statements, and the alderman from the 9th did too. The one that I liked the most was where he said he wants things to be fair. Everyone should have a lawyer. That's been my point for the whole time. Not everyone, because big corporations should not have lawyers, because they're going to hire them. But grandma, your grandma, my grandma, if she got a little two-family, that's the people that I'm talking about, okay? You be careful about what the statements that you make, and the alderman from the 9th talked about people getting their stuff put out. Before I was racially gerrymandered, I was the chair of public safety in my life as the 20th Ward Alderwoman. You don't know that but I passed a bill that forbade landlords to put people's stuff out on the corner. Go look it up. It's right there, Sharon Tyus, okay? I passed that because I said just what the alderman from, are you the 4th? Okay, the 4th said about the cost of doing business. And the landlord stormed down here, and they said, Sharon Tyus, how could you be doing that? Then I said, because I'm a landlord. So if I'm evicting somebody, it is not right for me to put their possessions out on the street. That is a cost of doing business, because you expect that sometimes you might have to evict people. I've been very fortunate. In the 30 years I've been the landlord, I've had to evict 3 people. And mostly they leave in time. Only one person I had to move their things because he just would not. But I passed that because I do believe that's inhumane to put people's things in the. out on the streets. And so then the storage people came up with this thing, which gives them an extra month. They'll let you put it in storage for the first month for $1. So that gives them a whole nother month to get their stuff. So again, you obviously didn't hear me say I've worked both sides. I am a lawyer. I worked legal services. I worked the things that you're talking about. But also, when you work both sides, you know what the problems are in legislation. Wait a minute, let me finish. Did you know, this is my question to you, did you know that this particular legislation came up last term? Did you know that?
Yes, I think you voted for it, right?
I did, and Christine Ingracia, who was then the 6th Ward alderperson and now works for the president, was the sponsor.
Yes,
And
same language.
Right. And at that time, if you look at it, I said, these things what I'm talking about now, I said these are problems. So the sponsors had time to take those into account. I don't come to this stuff because you all have said to me that legislation does not require experience and seniority.
I haven't said that.
Yet your vote did on April the 18th. That's what it said, okay? So
I like the new rules process.
Excuse me. That's what you said to me. So this is the good thing about having perfection. Because perfection, you get to do just what you do. You may not like it, and maybe next year you'll come back and try to get rid of perfection. But you don't have to come to committees. Since you said I don't deserve my seniority, then I'm going to always be on this floor. But I will have always told people, if you look at it, if it's prior legislation, I've already made my record. So if the persons didn't take into effect what I said, then they get to hear it here. I'm going to continue. It's not tearing it down. If they didn't mean for you to be able to point out problems with legislation, we wouldn't have a perfection. So that's what this is for. Okay, it is not to tear it down, it's to be fair to everybody. So I'm asking you, do you think it's fair if grandma has a two-family flat or four-family flat, that we provide lawyers to someone, and then grandma don't have the money to have a lawyer?
I think, like I mentioned in my comments, I also understand there's landlords who are big corporations who can, make a lot of money. Also know there's landlords like maybe yourself or grandma or grandpa, where it is their business and they trying to keep food on their table. And I think what's great about, like you saying, perfection, like I said, debate is to be able to have these conversations. I didn't, my opinion, I didn't want to paint renters of some of the comments that you said in one light. And I think if there is that energy around that, how do we also make sure that landlords at a certain amount of property or income that they make is protected? We should file that legislation to do that, and that's a legislative process that we could do.
And it could have been, though, in this legislation, it's sometimes a few words make a big difference, okay?
And
wait a minute, so we didn't put that, and it was I already made that. And I voted for it the last time, but said I would not be supporting anymore if it was not. And that's what I'm doing, continuation. But I did, because I do know a lot about landlord tenant on all sides because of my experience, okay, and because of my education and because of my legal profession. All of those things go into me being able to speak to this on all sides. So, and when I talked about tenants, it's because when you present a bill saying that tenants have a right to have an attorney, as though you're presenting as though all landlords do something wrong, and it's not necessarily true. So I'm just saying they are good. I wouldn't have worked for legal services while I was a landlord if I didn't believe that there are some tenants that get done wrong, okay? And I won a lot of my cases because I already came prepared, because I had already done this. So I am perfectly willing to fight for people who I feel are being treated unfairly. But I also going to fight for your grandma or my grandma who don't have that right. I'm not putting myself in the small landlord category, because I'm not. And I'm going to show up with the lawyer, me, okay? And I'm going to write the contract, which is the lease, that's going to make sure that I am treated fairly. It's when you come behind and you've written a lease and you have things all in place, and then here comes government saying, we're going to change everything. And then now you're dealing with, and I'll say it again, and I've had very many landlords tell me how much money they lost because this Board of Aldermen passed you cannot, do you need to move that out of the way? Okay, yes, okay. That you could not evict those people. Why don't you move that out of your way so that doesn't, there you go. Okay, that you could not evict these people because eviction was held in abeyance. And then the Supreme Court said you couldn't do that. But by that time, and this is why I know these are bad actors, the whole time when you couldn't evict them, They didn't pay any rent. They didn't try to pay any rent. They didn't try to work anything out. And the day that the Supreme Court said that was illegal, they disappeared. And you're having to trace them down. So I'm saying, don't portray all tenants as innocent victims that have a right. So that's why I was asking about what was the standard and what was the income level and all of this, because also just inquiring about the cases. When I did intake both as a public defender and as a working for legal services, we had criteria where you didn't make it because you didn't really have a case. And you saying you ran into hard times, I actually had a parent who had hard times, and so I didn't always own anything. In fact, I didn't inherit anything. I wasn't a Kennedy. The things that Sterling and I have, we worked very hard, and we made sure, because of my experience with legal services, that we always have habitable establishments, okay? And I'm saying that there are a lot of other people, and grandparents especially, when I run into these grandparents, they have given people 8, 10, 12 months, okay? And then they're talking to me about, they won't pay my rent, or they got all these people acting up, and they really don't know how to be a landlord, for real, okay? And they also don't know how to handle that situation. And so then if they go into court, and I'm the grandma, and I don't know how to handle this, and I finally got up my courage to file a lawsuit, and then Sharon Tyus comes in, I'm gonna be the bad guy. And I say, I'm gonna represent this tenant, and I want a continuance, because that's the first thing I'm going to do, okay? Is ask for a continuance, because that's what you have to get, because usually on the day of court, you don't want to have a trial. So you're expending the time that grandmas and grandpas or small landlords have to collect their rent. At some point, you then put them out of business when they can't do it. I just read an article about all these people who lost their apartments and things like that from COVID and for people leaving or from the rental restrictions. If we really are worried about people who, like you said, you've run up on hard times, all of us have. Okay, so I support programs that help tenants pay their rent. The first thing I do if I have a tenant that comes to talk to me is I start to point them, have you talked to this person? Have you talked to this organization? Because that's the first thing. Then you don't even get to eviction. It's the tenants that hide from you. That's who I'm talking about, because they literally do hide from you. And you don't have that experience. And these tenants are not coming and telling you, yeah, I hear from that landlord for blah, 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 blah. So you're only hearing one side of it. I'm giving you the side of somebody who is a landlord, but also the side of somebody who's been an advocate for tenants and what they should do. And I'm not just doing this because, oh, I'm just running the people down. As I said, I passed the legislation to say you can't put their possessions out. And the landlords were mad. And Greg Carter was the alderman of the 27th then, and he laughed. He came and said, he called me babe. He said, babe, you blew them away when you said, but I'm a landlord, and that's the cost of doing business. So we end up getting that legislation passed, which is a good piece of legislation. It gives them, even when you've been evicted, you can, the landlord can put it in storage for, you're not allowed to put it out on the streets. The sheriffs are not allowed, okay? So just for your own edification, that's one of the things. And as I said before, I want you to know that it was there before, and all these points I made them. And if it is incumbent upon the person who's carrying those bills to listen to things like that and to do some things about it, and not just go on and try to act like, oh, they're just being mean to the tenant. I have no reason to be mean to tenants. I have tenants that's been here for 14, 13, 15 years in my apartment. That's because I'm a good landlord. And as the Alderman from the 13th says, there are landlords that are horrible. I do not support them. The tenant that I got that the landlord did not give them an air conditioning or heat, whichever one, I can't remember, I wouldn't help that tenant get part of their money back, okay? So I will help. I helped one of my tenants who got put in jail about a false charge, and they kept him there for 4 months. I went and called all the judges and got him out. So I don't think all tenants are bad, but I do know that there are a great number of them who play the system, and they play it on all things. If they're on Section 8, they play it that way, okay? They will move boyfriend in, which they know is not allowed. Then they're mad when Section 8 comes and says you have to move. And Section 8, while you're talking about that, and I don't know if you're the person to talk to this about, but I am anyway, a lot of the things what you all are saying, you're not going to be able to stop Section 8. Because if Section 8 stops their lease, stops their payments because they have violated their lease, then they're no longer responsible for that tenant. So there are some other steps that you all just don't know because you haven't been exposed to it, okay? And that's what I'm saying. So you jump to conclusions that are just not true. I did say some bad things about tenants because there are some bad tenants. I also equally will say bad things about landlords. Do you not know that there are bad tenants sometimes who do not have good intentions?
That was a question?
Yes.
Okay. No, yeah, and I hope when you was hearing my inquiry for you, I fully also said there are tenants that abuse the system. And like you said, I heard you and I heard the alderwoman from the 13th say there are landlords that also are bad actors, and I know y'all both supported the legislation previously the year before. I think, in my opinion, when I look at it, like you say, you had a tenant stay with you 13, 14 years, because a lot of these tenants like yourself who are just individual mom and dad,
Landlord.
or landlords, I keep switching, landlord like yourself, that mom or dad or grandma and grandpa, they work with the tenants. I think what this will tackle is, again, these, and I'm just going to throw out names, right? The McCormick and Burns or the City Views, right? These big corporations that are not working with tenants when they fall on hard times. And if you late on the 5th, they don't care about any of that. And I understand that you have a responsibility to pay your rent, but again, just like you say, we can't say all tenants are bad or good. I'm not going to say all tenants are bad. And I think by this legislation is, if it goes into effect, it does more impact to those big corporations compared to the landlords like yourself that actually work with the tenants, that know them personally, that build that relationship with the tenants.
Right. And what I'm saying is, though, but this could have just said, this does not apply to landlords that are small landlords that are on 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 families, 2 or 4 family flats, okay? That could have easily been put in there, and that would have calmed my fears, okay? I still say the big landlords, you're not, and I don't want to say them, but because I don't know them to be personally.
I was just saying big names
I know, but I'm
out
just
there.
saying, if they're that big, they're going to have an attorney, and their attorney often has a relationship with the judges, okay? I'm just telling you how the system works, and they're not going to be slowed down that much. But I will also caution tenants. If you are having a problem, the first thing you should do is go tell your landlord. What makes a landlord very uneasy is when you don't come and have a conversation with them. You start, whenever they come to talk to you or call you, you don't return any calls, you don't respond to any kind of emails
text
or
messages,
letters or anything that you send to them. They go silent, they change their phone numbers and all of that. So at that point, it becomes impossible to work something out. And then all of a sudden, if they show up under your legislation and they're like, I'm getting evicted, which that legislation would cover them, to me, that's why I was asking about making sure when you do intake that you find that things out. Why are you late? Okay, that's the first thing. Why haven't you been able to pay? And you say, oh, my mother got sick, or I lost my job. Well, there are things that we can do to fix that, okay? Isn't that the first step that you do before you get to eviction? Is try to find out what can I do to get my rent paid? Because we actually do have organizations that do that. That's what I'm saying. But if you ignore all of that, then when it gets to court, I'm not going to make them a victim if you haven't done all the things that you need to do to make sure that you don't get evicted, okay? If you're just now showing up and say, under this, I can have an attorney, because that's what they did with the you cannot evict. They said, you don't talk to me about it, I'm not paying my rent, and then they disappeared. So I want us to do good legislation that protects all. So when the alderman from the 9th was saying something, he said everybody should have an attorney, but everybody doesn't have an attorney. And I wish, have you ever gone down to housing court if you weren't the person who was being evicted or had a beef with a landlord? Have you ever gone down to housing court?
I had to go one time, even though I paid it beforehand, I still had to go.
So here's what happened. I meant to tell you that. Once you pay, the landlord cannot continue with your eviction. Once they accept your payment, so I'm giving, then they cannot continue with your eviction, okay? And I used to tell tenants that if you don't have anything except for I didn't pay, just pay it. But most landlords, if you're paying part and they see you paying, they'll work with you. Now, what I want to get to is about, in New York and a lot of places, they freeze rents. They don't let you just go up on rent. And normally my tenants, they live there for a long time. We don't raise rents for 6, 7, 8 years, okay? Because they're a good tenant, they've been paying there. I don't want to run that tenant away, so we just leave the rent alone, okay? So, but in some places in the city of St. Louis, the Central Quarter and downtown, we might need to look at what the rents are, okay? And what the fairness is. But just for me, it will always be to protect that person who gets the unintended consequence. I do not believe that your legislation intended to affect grandmothers and grandfathers or small people who own it, but that is what it's affecting, and that is what I'm voting no on, because I had already made that point. If you look at I'll pull it up, you'll see I told her before, I said I was going to vote for this, but I'm going to come back and amend this bill so that it's better. And I'm probably going to come back and amend this bill because we should protect those people who don't have an attorney and who, as small people, they're not making a living off of this. But I don't even need myself protected because I can protect me. So, and for big people, I think this is a good idea. I just don't think it's a good idea for small people who just own 1 or 2 buildings and they're small 2-family, 4-family flats. That's what I'm telling you, okay? Oh, I'm sorry, I have no further questions. If you had something to say, I want to stand up and listen to it.
I think we are making the same points, just saying them differently. I support the bill just like, you're protecting the small mom and dad and grandma and grandpa and auntie and uncle and cousin Ray and all them, I'm thinking about the same people that are doing it the right way. And I don't think that even anybody would be down here to figure out, if not in this legislation, because I'm new, I don't know if it fits the same subject or chapter how we do it down here, where we could bring up also the same thing for landlords. I don't think that is, at least I know for myself, I can't speak for the other co-sponsors as I talk to them about it, is not to ensure that the small landlords that are doing it right too, because we know it's also small landlords that are doing it wrong. Everyone takes advantage of the system, or I wouldn't say everyone, but you always find those few that try to take advantage of the system and don't try to work with people. I think on both sides of the point. But what I've seen is I've done research, not just on this legislation in the other 16 cities that have passed legislation like this. It is the ones that are doing it right. It is these, like I say, the big, the more big corporation ones that are taking advantage of people who come up late on rent because they lost their job or fell on hard times, and that one day slip up and they don't care. They go straight and they file it down there to the court. So again, I think we saying the same thing in a different way. You want to protect the small people. I want to protect the small people as well. That's why I co-sponsored it. And hopefully, as you say, you got an amendment to come forward. I look forward to having that conversation to figure out what that looks like.
So I don't know many landlords, if you miss one little payment, unless the rent is getting ready to go way up in an area, will get rid of a tenant. That would be crazy.
They filed it.
Let me tell you, because that costs money when you get rid of a tenant. Because then you got an empty apartment, you got to paint oftentimes, you got to fix up whatever. So that is a crazy landlord. And I'm not saying that they're not, but that's not good management, okay? A lot of stuff, and you're coming back with this Airbnb, and a lot of that is management. You can come by I own some property and what now you represent, you will never know who lives there. People don't even see the people. You don't even know who it is, because I got a 15-page lease that addresses behavior and how I can put you out. And I mean that, okay? And so the reason that I have people who stay 15 years is because they like that. They know that if somebody is coming and acting a crazy person in that building, that I will get them out of there, okay? Not just for rent, but for behavior often. I will leave the rent on the table if you're doing bad behavior. And you got somebody rolling up, boom, 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 you got to go. You can't mess with the rest of the tenants with that. So it's not often just about rent. Sometimes it's about behavior. And we also have rules about behavior. We got nuisance laws that hold the landlord responsible when you have an irresponsible tenant. And if you don't do what's right, they hold you responsible. And we also have rules that we had one tenant that I had to put out in the last 3 or 4 years. And I kept calling the police on them because my tenants was calling. And then I got a report from the city saying I had a nuisance property, even though I was calling about this tenant, and which as soon as I could get him out, I got him out. And what I'm saying is when you get in the middle of that, then you might be getting in the middle of a couple of nuisance ordinances that say one thing, and then you're trying to keep them there. And I'm saying if I don't get them out, they can close my whole building down for a year, okay? So there are just some other things that you can't, when you write the law, you have to look at all people and everything that's being touched. And as you're a lot of times you don't know that. And
New down here.
That's the only place I'm talking about.
Okay.
Jefferson City don't even exist. I'm talking about the board, and they don't think we exist, and that's a joke, okay? But I'm talking about the laws here and the things that go on here. If you don't know, like, did you know that I had written a legislation you couldn't put stuff out on the corner?
I can't hear you. Say it again.
Did you know I had written legislation that you couldn't set the tenant stuff out on the corners? Did you know that was a law in the city of St. Louis?
After you said an ordinance, but I still seen it happen, so we need to figure out who enforce it.
But enforcement is different than a law. You can have a speed limit for 25 miles an hour and they drive 500 miles an hour, okay? We can't enforce. That's a police thing. But you can't get it to be enforced. This legislation, none of our legislation can we make be enforced. That's another branch of the government. But we write legislation that we think will be helpful to people, okay? So if they're putting them out there, then that landlord ought to be able to be brought to court and sued. And because there are some ramifications if you do that. And I don't know who's doing that because self-help is illegal. And I don't believe the sheriffs are doing that. That somebody says, yes, they're going to break laws, but it's not a lawful eviction. And you actually, if you do unlawful evictions, just for your edification, they can then sue you for double and treble the rent. Okay, so there are things that can be done with that. And legal services knows that. Thank you.
I appreciate the inquiry.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 3rd.
Thank you, Madam President. It's hot in here. I know we're all taking ice water breaks, and I know that the fans are running here. Feels like the radiators are on too, by the way. I don't know who's in charge of that, but there's definitely some heat emanating from them. You know, I rise today to acknowledge, I too believe that housing is a human right. I have fought for that while I've been an alderman down here for the last, 14 years. Anything from, fighting for funds for the Affordable Housing Commission so that we can actually provide affordable housing, providing funding for our unhoused communities and constituents. I'm hearing a lot of discussion today that others people and puts a wall between us versus them or we versus they, which is troubling because there's not always a black and white to every piece of legislation. There's not black and white, certainly within our communities, within society. Just following up on the discussion that took place around enforcement, we have a huge challenge in this city with even enforcing our non-discrimination ordinances. Housing is a human right. We literally have people who are turned away as applicants based off of the color of their skin, their gender identity or expression, their sexual orientation. They're not being provided housing because of who they are. That's troubling. We have laws in place that prevent that from happening, or that are supposed to prevent that from happening. The city doesn't adequately fund, in my opinion, those services. We talk a lot about the quality of the housing for tenants and protecting the quality of housing for tenants down here. You know what's a really good thing to do to protect the quality of housing for tenants? Fully fund our building division to make sure that apartments that are in conservation districts have an occupancy inspection. Providing a tenant with a lawyer to sue a landlord who's not fixing the plaster, who's not fixing the mold, who's not fixing the plumbing, doesn't amount to a hill of beans. We do not have enough building inspectors. We do not have the enforcement mechanisms in place currently, to one, ensure access to housing, and two, quality housing. And we have just spent the better part of the last hour and a half debating whether or not we want people to have the right to an attorney to stay in said housing, and whether or not we have the funds to enforce it. I think that that's disturbing, frankly. That this is the first time it's even coming up that we need to have that discussion as well. I think that this bill and its spirit is a good bill. I believe I supported it last session when it came before us. I've been a renter. I've been in situations where I've lived paycheck to paycheck or like wondering where the next paycheck was going to come from. It's a very hard place to be. I've also been a landlord. When I bought my house in Dutchtown, part of the reason I bought my house in Dutchtown was that it was a duplex. And I was anticipating that I would be able to rent out one of the units and make money to help pay my mortgage, help pay the homeowner's insurance on it. Oftentimes it gets thrown around that Northside rents are a challenge and not like Southside rents. Look at the rents in Marine Villa. Look at the rents in Carondelet. Look at the rents in Dutchtown. They're not the same as the rents in the Central West End. They're not the same as the rents on the Hill. They're not the same as the rents in Shaw. There are challenges for both tenants and landlords, for sure. I think there's a lot of great ideas that have been discussed this morning, some of which should either be incorporated into this legislation or another piece of legislation. But I think that there's also a problem when we're just saying that all landlords are a problem, or that certainly all tenants are a problem. I think a majority of the time, a hyper majority of the time, on both sides of the equation, that's not true. But when those situations arise, there should be opportunities for representation. But I think that there is a valid point that not all landlords are even able to afford attorneys themselves. You have a lot of properties east of Grand, north of Page, south of Chippewa that are multifamily buildings. They were built over 100 years ago. They were designed for a different time. They were designed for families to have multi-generational wealth. They were designed at a time when we didn't have mortgages that were backed by the federal government. They were designed before redlining was even a thought. It is problematic when you have conversations and you're not thinking through the various situations that might occur with these types of legislation. I would encourage us to think through and use this deliberative body, use this deliberative process to not just talk at one another, but to listen to one another as well. While I'm on the subject of listening, there's been a lot of clamoring amongst us about conflicts of interest with this particular piece of legislation. Many people are commenting on the alderwoman from the 12th Ward being a landlord and whether or not she should even be speaking on this bill. A lot of that revolves around Prop R that was passed by our voters. I also supported the spirit of Prop R. I did not actually endorse or promote Prop R because there were some serious issues with it. The language in there is broad, it's vague, and frankly, in some situations, could bring our city government to a standstill if we adequately applied it to our deliberative process. I'm going to read the conflict of interest section from Prop R. Section 31, conflict of interest, paragraph A. A member of the Board of Alderpersons or employee of the Board of Alderpersons may not use his or her official position or office or take or fail to take any action or influence others to take or fail to take action, any manner he or she knows or has some reason to believe may result in a personal or financial benefit for himself or herself. It goes on to explain that that's also applicable to people within 4 degrees of sanguinity. There are several other paragraphs in here. But I want to reiterate that has reason to believe that they may result in a personal or financial, not just financial, a personal benefit. Personal benefit. If you're a tenant, if you are currently a tenant, you're a personal beneficiary, potentially, of this legislation. If you're an attorney who has previously been paid by tenants to represent them in court on eviction matters, you could stand to reason that you would likely be able to take another client that is in the process of being evicted and might actually financially benefit from this piece of legislation. I myself, having been a tenant, who knows? I might end up losing my property at some point in time and be a tenant again. I can't predict the future. God, I hope that doesn't happen. It's a horrible, horrible situation to find oneself in. But I will say, people who are small individual property owners that are renting out space in their home, we don't have any definition in this legislation about that. It's very broad, just like Prop R. There is no distinguishing a person who rents out a room in their house. If you have a lease agreement in place to rent out a spare bedroom in your house, and you have someone, and I'm going to use an extreme here, but I actually have had it happen to me, who isn't attentive to cleanliness. I'll put it kindly. I don't want to spare you all the details here. Who stays up at all hours of the night, parties, does whatever. You have a lease arrangement with them to rent a room in your house. That person, under this ordinance, if it passes, would have a right to counsel the landlord who's struggling to get by to the point where they literally are renting out rooms in their house to make ends meet. They're not a big-time landlord. They can barely pay their bills. That's why they're renting out a room in their house. Or another unit in the building that they own, that they live in. They don't have the means. That's literally why they're renting out that space. But we are affording someone, and the government's paying for it, counsel to maintain that. Meanwhile, that person, their home might go into foreclosure. It might just resolve itself altogether, and you'll have 2 people unhoused. You'll have 2 people unhoused because the person who owns the house can't pay their bills, They have to deal with the problem tenant, their roommate, who's not paying, and we don't have any definition in this ordinance around that. That's a problem. I myself, given the very ambiguous nature of Prop R, will probably be abstaining from voting on this. But I would also say that anyone who's a property owner that has the ability to rent out a room in their house, AKA be a landlord, would also be subject to that. I would say anyone who is currently a tenant would also be subject to that. And we've already acknowledged at least 2 of the co-sponsors are tenants. I would say respectfully the Alderman of the 4th, an attorney who has previously had clients in eviction matters, who has, if you're representing a client, you usually have to have some sort of payment on their behalf, and could do so again, just as any property owner here could in the future rent out a room, even if you're not currently a landlord, you could in the future. And Prop R says may. And it's not just a financial benefit, it's a personal benefit. Within 4 degrees of sanguinity as well. So it's not just the people who are sitting on this floor, it's also if you have a relative. Do any of you have relatives that are landlords that might benefit from this? Do any of you have people who are family members that are currently renting, that are tenants, that could benefit from this? Like, that's a problem. Prop R needs to be further defined, because otherwise we're going to run into a situation time and time again where these types of legislation, just this session alone, the budget, anyone that has a family member employed by the city that's getting a raise now shouldn't be voting on that. The water bill, the water rate increase that was just passed, anyone who's a property owner that literally is a customer of the water division with their name on a bill probably should have abstained. I mean, this is literally something that we need to take into consideration and have a broader debate about, not just in the context of today's conversation on this board bill, but going forward. But I do believe there are a lot of good things that have been brought up in today's discussion that should be incorporated into this bill. You know, certainly taking into consideration, you know, a mom and pop, grandma, aunt, uncle who's owning a property and renting it out to support themselves. Maybe even, you know, I've been reading a lot more articles about current family situations between COVID and opioid, epidemic, where more grandparents are taking care of kids than ever before in the history of our country. Those are generally people who have been on fixed incomes in the past. Sometimes they're landlords trying to support themselves. And we're in a situation where we're talking about protecting the rights of the unhoused, but potentially creating a situation where people become unhoused. That's a reality. And I'm not saying that that's everyone, but we need to talk about that, and we need to have those conversations. We need to deliberate on that, and we should be thoughtful in terms of how we're addressing those situations. And I'll close by saying this bill, in its spirit, I think, is the right thing. That's why I supported it last session. I do think that there are changes that need to be made to it. But I think more so, to address the issues that have been discussed today, we should be talking about how do we invest in affordable housing. If we're talking about housing as a human right, how do we invest in affordable housing? How do we make sure that our continuum of care is fully funded? How do we ensure that people have access to these properties and they're not being discriminated against The Supreme Court literally just put out a ruling today saying that sexual orientation is not a protection for services. We have that classification as a protected category in our ordinances as a city of St. Louis. I continually, for 14 years, have heard and gotten feedback from neighbors, constituents, and community members that people who are queer, people who are trans, continually face housing discrimination. We need to find a way to fully fund the programs and services that we already have in place that allow access to housing. And we need to fully fund our building division. Because if we're talking about quality housing, if we don't have an inspector going into a property and making sure that there aren't broken windows, making sure that there isn't bubbling lead paint, making sure that there are fire detectors in a property. If we don't have the inspectors to do that, then it's going to happen. And we're going to have unsafe housing. I think, lastly, something that we did during the pandemic that we should continue to look at is rental assistance. The situations that have been discussed here on this floor with good quality tenants who hit a bump in life where they're living paycheck to paycheck or wondering where the money is going to come from in order to stay in their home, that's rental assistance. That helps bridge that gap. I think we could do a better job down here looking at a holistic picture instead of just talking at one another and not listening to one another on these subjects. And with that, I yield. Thank you, Madam President.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized close.
5 or 10, all right. So just a couple of things.
Sorry. Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, since the alderman from the 3rd raised the issue about conflict of interest, I think we have to talk about that for a minute since my name was raised, and I was wondering if the alderman from the 3rd would yield.
The alderman from the 3rd yield to questioning from the alderwoman from the 12th.
I don't know what that was about, but yes, I will.
Alderman, so I heard you say that some people were wondering about if I had a conflict because I own property. I don't think I've ever tried to hide in all the years that I've been down here with you. I always tell people I own property, don't I? I don't try, which is has been our requirement, is that you disclose. So I do it whether I need to or not, because I think that's one of the things that comes into my my way of thinking. But just to be clear, I read the article about you and the bed and breakfast. Didn't I tell you that I thought that was a wrong thinking of what people said about being a conflict of interest?
You did, Alderwoman, and I appreciate that. You know, Prop R is a little bit more specific, though, than just disclosing.
Okay.
It actually does require disclosure. I've become a little bit of more of an expert in the last week and a half over this, just because I've been. I haven't gone back and reread Prop R since it passed. During the circulation of the petition, had conversations with the various organizers and sponsors of it out in the community, and shared.
State your point of
Are
order.
we discussing the bill or are we discussing Prop R?
Correct. You need to keep your conversation germane to Board Bill 59 as amended.
Okay, well, and I want to just get to what the conversation, Alderman, is about you. If someone could vote or not, because I think that's very important. So Prop R does apply to all board bills, as far as I am concerned, because can you vote? So now, what I heard you say about Prop R, and which you know that I have always said Prop D and R was poorly written, and it turned out they were okay, and I wrote treatises about it. So if the whole point is not to have a conflict of interest where you could get a personal
Or financial benefit.
financial benefit, what is a landlord's personal or financial benefit if they don't agree that a person should be given a attorney? I don't get any personal benefit out of that. A personal benefit to me would be if I'm a tenant, and now I'm going to get a personal benefit because now I'm going to get a lawyer provided to me. But they're not providing me a benefit or you a benefit with a lawyer. Isn't that correct, the way this legislation?
I think the benefit would be more directly geared towards a tenant in that situation, but I think the inference is that this could harm a landlord and therefore action upon it by anyone who would be in conflict.
So I'm not going to go with the inference. I'm going to go with, in Missouri, it's about what the law says. And so why I disagree with what they said about you and me, and if somebody's standing behind me, I don't get a benefit from this, okay? And I'm not even trying to protect me. Bring the lawyer on. I'm trying to protect the people who can't get a lawyer. When I show up, my lawyer shows up. So there's no benefit, I think, at all. So I just want to make that clear that in Missouri, it's black letter law. Okay, so inferences don't go. So unless you're getting a benefit, that's somebody just painting you with a broad stroke. And I want to get up and say that I get no benefit from this. But if I was a tenant, there is a personal benefit to that. So if I'm a paid attorney, all the time I ever represented people in legal services, I never got paid a dime, okay? So I don't have any potential conflict for that. Mine has always been, I even donate money for certain causes for that. So just want to make that clear that the people who would be, now not the landlords in this case, and maybe some other thing, maybe it will be. If they say we're going to give landlord lawyers, then that would be something I would also oppose because I can get my own lawyer. But maybe for the lawyers who get hired and paid, and most certainly for these tenants who've said they're tenants, they may need to think about voting. But I have no conflict, and with a clear conscience, I'm going to vote no against this because I did, you were down here last term when I did vote for it, but I did tell the former sponsor, which was Christina Ingracia, that I thought that I would come back with some things different when this was brought back, because it didn't end up getting third read and finally passed. It stopped at perfection. Isn't that right? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I believe I was in the same spirit as you in terms of supporting it, and I do believe in it. I think that it is a good piece of legislation, but I'm dumbfounded as to how someone who is making $200,000 a year renting a 3,000 square foot apartment in the Central West End would qualify for this.
And that's exactly why I asked the question.
I'm absolutely dumbfounded by that.
Exactly. So that's why, and I know working at both legal services and being a public defender, we had criteria about who could qualify for things. And if we don't have that, that's bad legislation to me. And I just want to make that clear. And I am going to vote. Anybody thinks that I have some personal gaining, I want to find out what it is, because I am going to show up with a lawyer whenever I have to do an eviction. But I work real hard not to. And what you said, I want to tell you, is what I had said before. We ought to be helping the people pay rent if they have a valid reason. If it's because you pay for your iPhone and you got tennis shoes or whatever it is, that's not a valid reason. And we need to be fighting the good fight for the people who do have a problem. And we did have money during the pandemic early on where we let people be able to apply for money. But the tenants who disappeared, they wouldn't even apply for the money. They just stayed in the apartments and then didn't apply for the money. And some people said to me, well, Sharon, you can apply. I didn't, because I did feel like that was a conflict. So I did not, I'm out of $7,000, not because they didn't also have a landlord program, but I didn't apply for it because I felt that was a conflict of interest, okay? And so that is a conflict of interest versus some piece of legislation like that. But you have made a very good point. about the renters who are doing this. Thank you.
Yeah, and the administration, when they rolled out the rental assistance program, fully supportive of it, and I think it's a great idea, a great program. I think it's something that we should consider doing on an ongoing basis, not just during the pandemic, but of course funding becomes an issue as well, and where do we look for that?
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You are recognized to close on Board Bill 59 as amended.
Thank you so much, Madam President and members of the board. There were so many things that were said, and I would be open to speaking with any of my colleagues or anybody watching to clarify and clear up a lot of the misinformation that was said in some of the comments that were made. But in the interest of time, since we still do have a full agenda, I am just asking my colleagues not to find any kind of reason to not still send this message to tenants, to renters in the city of St. Louis, this funding that was already in place, that we are now carrying out. I'm just picking up the baton here for, again, since her name has been mentioned, Alderwoman Ingrassia, and the work and the years of work that went into this, and the agencies and the trusted legal providers that are in place and ready to provide this support. And I'm asking for your your favorable consideration that we perfect Board Bill 59 as amended.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we perfect Board Bill number 59 as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Keys. 9 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 2 abstain.
By your vote, you sustain the motion of the Alderwoman from the 10th to perfect Board Bill number 59 as amended.
Board Bill 65, sponsored by Alderwoman Schweitzer. An ordinance making appropriation for payment of the operating expenses, capital expenses, including lease purchase agreement and debt service expenses of the Parking Division of the Treasurer's Office for fiscal year July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024 in the sum of $19,174,924, including $2,361,578 for capital improvements and contain the emergency clause.
Alderwoman from the 1st, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 65.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. I move to perfect Board Bill 65.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we perfect Board Bill 65. Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you so much. As Madam Clerk just read, this is the Parking Division's annual budget, and the board bill does go over piece by piece where every single dollar of this budget is going, and the numerous garages that are maintained by the Parking Division, as well as the other operations of the Parking Division. And it's a pretty straightforward budget bill, and I hope to earn people's favorable consideration for perfection today.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, if the Alderwoman from the 1st would yield.
The Alderwoman from the 1st yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 12th.
I'm going to do a genie style today. I will yield to 3 questions. 3 questions.
I beg your pardon, I didn't hear the beginning of that.
I said I will yield to 3 questions, yes.
And my first question is, in this appropriation for payment of the operating expense and capital expense, including lease purchase agreements and debt services expenses of the Parking Division of the Treasurer's Office, is this including any no-bid contracts?
I believe that the contract that you're referring to is under the outsourcing.
No. You cannot change my question. My question was this appropriations including any no bid? I don't know if it's been more than one, so mine is it including any no bid contracts?
The contract that you're referring to received several bids
that's
the first
not. You
time
cannot
that it
make
was
me
out.
I want to try again.
Alderwoman, please
That is
allow
not
the
my
Alderwoman
question.
from the
I don't know
first
how to answer your question. The contract as it received
Because that's
was,
not my question. If you're only going to answer three, you're assuming that I'm talking about just that one. You don't know if I know that there are others. My question is would this be including any no bid contracts?
My answer is then I don't know, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, do you have a specific contract, is my second one, which was a no bid that's including in this?
I do not believe so.
And what do you believe? So the contract that you wanted to bring up so much that I was not necessarily talking about, which contract is that?
There was a
What
contract.
does that include?
There was a contract with Hudson and Associates, I believe, that has received some media and professional scrutiny from folks.
It's some media. Do you know this has been ongoing for many years now about the no bid contracts? It's not. Did you know this is not the first time?
I believe there's been some media about this contract.
This contract, which has been ongoing and continued, did you know that this was a continuation of a contract that has been done before?
Yes, that's why I didn't say it was a no bid, because when it was first put in, it did have several bids.
Okay, and that was, do you know how long ago that was? Because this is how long ago when they got this contract?
Was it 2019?
You don't know for sure?
I think it was 2019.
Okay, and then after that, they then did another contract, and they didn't bid it out. They just put it in and made a contract where they got the Treasurer's Office did a contract where they didn't have to bid it out after that. Is that correct?
I'm not sure exactly how it all went.
You don't understand how they got the contract the second time?
I think that you want to tell me, so why don't you just tell me what you think?
No, I'm asking you. Because maybe you have some information. No, it's not saving us some time. I don't want to tell you. No, I'm asking you a question. Do you know why we would have a contract? If they had to bid it out the first time, why then the second time wouldn't we in good practice have to try to bid it out a second or a third or a fifth time? Because, and why I'm saying this is when I was a new alder person, we used to have sticker concrete that did all the sidewalk. And then sticker would get so far behind and wasn't doing such a good job that I helped write an amendment that said we had to have two different contractors that would do the 50-50 sidewalk. And then we went to 3 and 4 trying to get the sidewalk done in a fast manner. What happened after that is when I was gone, they went back and let Sticker do 1, 2, and 3 contracts. And then you as a former member of the Streets Committee know how many problems we had about trying to get information about the 50-50 sidewalk program and all the things that went along with that. So you know that. So I'm trying to figure out why if we have to bid out a contract one time, then we decide we do not have to bid it out. Is there some reason for that, since you're carrying that bill, and this would be up under this, is there a reason that we would have a contract that would not be bid out? Did we not have anybody else that was interested or anything, okay?
My understanding is that the Treasurer's Office is responsible for handling all of the contracts that come through their office. There was a lawsuit that was actually made it so that there doesn't even need to be a parking commission and that everything is the decision of the parking division. So how their contract process works, I would need to defer to them about, and I'm happy to make sure that this question gets answered for you, but I don't believe there's anything wrong with what's in this budget.
Yes, there was some legislation that went through after and you weren't here. So I was here when the current mayor was the treasurer, and we took, not we, because I voted no each time, we took a lot of money out of the treasurer's office, which I thought was a mistake, and we took it out of their contingency fund. I voted no on all of that. Okay, so just to let you know, I didn't think that was a good idea, because I think people have to have a contingency fund, just like the water department and everything else, because when things like now come up, we don't have money that we need to do. So I was a strong no on all of those things. But they did anyway, which made for a really hard relationship between the former mayor, Cruzen, and the current mayor, who was the treasurer, and also the former chair of streets, which was Jeffrey Boyd. So there was always a thing going on, and I got all the emails that they emailed me in the middle of all of this stuff. But saying all of that, just because you're able to handle all of your business, when you're bringing in an ordinance making appropriations, then what I need to know is, because maybe I was wrong to stand up for the mayor who was then the treasurer, because when you start giving out no bid contracts, then I need to know what the reason is. Now, the current treasurer has decided he don't have to answer any questions, and he's smart alecky, and he did that when I was the chair of streets. And I wrote him a letter about that and said, I will not pass anything out of this committee if you don't answer questions. And I have that letter if you want it, because he didn't want to answer questions to Alderman Boyd's, which were appropriate questions, okay? So I don't think anybody gets to come in before our committees and don't answer questions. If I bring you something, if I don't know the answer, I will put my board bill on the informal calendar, which I did when we were over at SLDC in their thing. I didn't have an answer for the alderman from, at that time, he was the 16th. And I put it on informal a calendar. So if that question didn't come up while you guys were handling his board bill in committee?
No.
Nobody talked about it. But you did see the Riverfront Times, who has tried to be fair to this current mayor, more than fair to me, bring up the conversation about how much we're making, 7 cents on the dollar of the parking funds. And I don't understand how that wouldn't come up if we're making so little amount of money off the parking funds. Can you maybe explain something to me? That maybe you have more information, because I didn't get any information from the treasurer. He's been hiding from me ever since I wanted to know where the $500 went. And actually came out with the mayor and the president to oppose my reelection, and people said, who is that little boy? They didn't even know who he was. But I want to know, was there anything that could explain why we're only making 7 cents on the dollar?
7 cents on the dollar for parking?
Parking fees and parking meters and things like that. And why would then, in going with that, why are we issuing no bid contracts?
Right. So regarding how much the city collects for parking fees, if they're paying to have someone else do the enforcement piece, which is what this contract is for, that's why it's not the full dollar. And then I did get an answer from Treasurer Lane that the RFP process used for that contract is similar to the process the city uses for procurement. With this, the contract is not a no-bid contract, that he responded to all the questions that were asked and sent via email back to committee members.
So it's not a no-bid contract?
That's what, the contract is not a no-bid contract.
And so it was open to anybody. So
It
when I
sounds
go
like
and
it was
look at that
RFP process.
request for proposal, then the Riverfront Times is incorrect. Is that what I want to hear? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't have the article from the Riverfront Times in front
You
of me.
didn't see the article?
I definitely saw the article. I just don't have it in front of me for line what was incorrect about it.
Well, for what they said is that we're not making any money because they're giving out these contracts. And as I said before, I was defending, and I defended this current treasurer, which now I'm not inclined to do so anymore. I defended the former one. I'm definitely not inclined to do that anymore, because now I want to know, line item, what is going on with our money? I don't have a problem in paying people, and I still don't believe we should take their reserves and then turn around and they don't have the proper amount of money to do what they need to do. I'm also, I was in support of when the mayor was the treasurer, and she then didn't put the people out doing COVID to write tickets. I was a big supporter of that. But I'm also a big supporter of getting answers to questions. And so I'm surprised that the committee didn't need to find out about why, what kind of bid process it was, and why we're making so little money on the dollar. If you're telling me we're making 7 cents on the dollar because of this contract, is there a way we can have somebody within the treasurer's office do this? Do we need to pay this much money out, would be my question.
I would be so happy to hold a committee meeting with the treasurer there and ask all of these questions to
But we
him.
don't have the answers right now.
In terms of the contract, what I'm hearing from the treasurer is that the article saying 7 cents per dollar is not accurate. They simply looked at cost versus expenses for a single year. They did not account for COVID expenditures that were help from the current year.
Can you slow down just a little minute? I'm really listening. Okay, thank
I
you.
appreciate it. The article saying 7 cents per dollar is not accurate. They simply looked at cost versus expenses for a single year. They did not account for COVID expenditures that were held off until the current year, which we put back into this current year. So many backed expenditures not happening in 2020, 2021 are happening this year.
So then we're paying old expenditures because we didn't have enough money, or weren't able to pay them.
That's what they're saying.
And I want to believe him because I told you I didn't think the Board of Aldermen should have taken that money. Okay, the reason why you have a fund like that is when things like COVID happens, you should be able to then go to your funds and be able to pay bills from your emergency funds, okay? So I can't say that he's not telling the truth. I'm just not inclined to believe anything he says because it's his behavior. That's why mine is. It's not because it could be the truth, and I'm gonna go look. I don't have anything to prove that it's not the truth, so I can't say he's not truthful, but I've always known the Riverfront Times is friendly to them, and it's been very interesting to me all of a sudden to see this clear turn to somebody's friendly. And normally that's because there's something that's not right. So I was going to vote no. I'm going to vote present because I do want to go and pull that. And if it's something that the Board of Aldermen did, then we have to take our blame for that. And even though I voted no, I still have to take part of that blame because we should not have done that. That was a bad move. And our whole argument was that we needed that money for something else. But the whole reason, if you have these, the treasurer's office, the license collector, the collective revenue, and all that, is that they are fee generating, they give us money, but you can't hamper them so they can't do their business. So I don't know that he's true. I know that he lied to me to my face about explaining where we spent that $500. And when you break my trust, then it's hard to get it back. You just need to give me the data and then I can process it. So I'm not gonna vote no, but I'm certainly gonna go and pull that information myself now that you said that to see if that's true. Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
And I do think that I may have said the contract would handle some enforcement, and I want to clarify that this contract is for servicing equipment, processing payments, and back-end ticketing. So not the upfront enforcement, but the back-end ticketing enforcement.
And you did say that, but some of that was because we had taken money and they needed to pay bills from prior years.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 8th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I was rising to ask for some clarity on the contract piece because it was my understanding that there was no enforcement included. To me, a almost $3 million contract annually to handle just the meter back end seems incredibly excessive considering the large percentage of the treasurer's budget that this consists of. I rise in real frustration that out of the $17 million we collect in parking fees, $500,000 come to the city of St. Louis, and a city that has such extreme street needs. And I find the extension of the contract without public input troubling. I really have to commend the sponsor to having an offer to host additional hearings to get some clarity here. I would personally like to see some clarity in the contract. It is troubling that the Supreme Court of the state of Missouri ruled against St. Louis again here in disbanding the parking commission, the only real oversight in the parking in that body. And so with that, I will, very much support having some public discussion on this, and I just really appreciate the willingness of the sponsor to have that conversation. That being said, I just have ongoing concerns about the budget, and I just wanted that noted before the vote. Thank you, Madam President.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we perfect Board Bill 65. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan, Alderman Balmer, Alderwoman Velazquez, Alderwoman Sanye, Alderwoman Spencer, Alderman Browning, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Keys, Alderwoman Tyus, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderman Aldridge, President Green,
Aye.
Alderwoman Sanye, Alderwoman Keys, Alderwoman Boyd. 10 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion of the Alderwoman from the 1st to perfect Board Bill number 59. Report of engrossment.
Board Bill 48, 54, 55, 57, 63 Committee Sub, 27, 38 as amended, 41, 62 Committee Sub, 1 as amended, and 37 Floor Sub.
Alderwoman from the 1st, you are recognized on the suspension of the rules to move Board Bill number 59, or 65 from to the third reading, report of engrossment, final passage.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move to suspend the rules to move Board Bill 65 to the third reading, report of engrossment, and final passage.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderman from the 2nd, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill number 65 to the third reading, engrossment, and final passage. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Aye. There's no changes to it.
Alderwoman Schweitzer,
Aye. Sorry, I said aye.
Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Cone, Alderman Narayan, Alderman Balmer, Alderwoman Velazquez, Alderwoman Sanye, Alderwoman Spencer, Alderman Browning, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Keys, Alderwoman Tyus, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderman Aldridge, President Green,
Aye.
Alderwoman Sanye, Alderwoman Spencer. No. Thank you. Alderwoman Boyd. 11 aye votes and 2 voted no.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 1st. Please place Board Bill number 65 on the third reading, engrossment, and final passage of Board Bills.
So noted.
Third reading and final passage of Board Bills consent.
Board Bill 48, 54, 55, 57, 63 Committee Sub, 27, 38 as amended, Board Bill 41, Board Bill 62 Committee Sub. I'm sorry, are we placing it on the regular third reading or the consent or the regular third reading?
Regular third reading.
And Board Bill 62 Committee Sub, that's the extended third reading, final passage of Board Bills, consent calendar.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized on the motion to adopt the third reading and final passage of Board Bills on the consent calendar.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Passage. Do I? Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we adopt the third reading and final passage of Board Bills consent calendar.
Second.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Aldermen from the 3rd, that we third read and finally pass the Board Bills on the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg. Aye. Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan. Aye. Alderman Balmer. Aye. Alderwoman Velazquez. Aye. Alderwoman Sanye. Aye. Alderwoman Spencer. Aye. Alderman Browning. Aye. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Aye. Alderwoman Keys. Aye. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd.
Alderwoman from the 12th, per our rules, if you are on the floor, you're required to vote.
Thank you. 12 aye votes and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 10th to third read and finally pass the aforementioned bills. At this time, we need to go back to the second reading for one quick second, as we were notified that there was one more bill that was left off of that calendar, Board Bill number 73. If Madam Clerk, you could please read that.
The following board bill was reported out of the Public Infrastructure Committee with the due pass recommendation. Board Bill 73, introduced by Alderwoman Sanye, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Public Service to conditionally vacate above surface, surface, and subsurface rights for vehicle, equestrian, and pedestrian travel in the northern 147.695 feet of the 20-foot wide north-south alley in City Block 1564 as bounded by Cherokee, Jefferson, Potomac, and Texas in the City of St. Louis, Missouri, as hereinafter described in accordance with Charter Authority and in conformity with Section 1.4 of Article 21 of the Charter, and imposing certain conditions on such vacation. That is the extent of second reading report of standing committees.
Third reading and final passage of board bills. Alderwoman from the 8th, you're recognized on the third reading and final passage of Board Bill 1 as amended.
Thank you, Madam President.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board.
Oh, sorry. Let the clerk read it. I'm
Board
jumping
Bill.
ahead. It's hot up here. It's really hot up here.
Board Bill 1 as amended, sponsored by President Green and Alderwoman Spencer, an ordinance making appropriation for payment of interest, expenses, and principal of the city's bond indebtedness, establishing city tax rates and making appropriation for current year expenses of the city government, containing an emergency clause.
Now, Alderwoman from the 8th, you're recognized on the third reading and final passage of Board Bill 1 as amended.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we pass Board Bill number 1 as amended. I make the motion that we finally pass Board Bill number 1 as amended. Thank you.
It's hot. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th, that we third read and finally pass Board Bill number 1 as amended. Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, as we discussed last week, I just want to commend the committee, the Budget Committee, the department heads, Ryan Coleman, our new financial analyst, who did an amazing job getting us through the budget process, and our clerks, Ms. Haggs, and of course Clerk Kennedy, for all the work involved in getting all of the department heads before us. And I want to give a special recognition of the Board of E&A, the President of the Board's leadership in advocating for the recommendations of the committee and the collaborative effort that this board bill as amended, in my view, represents. And with that, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Aye. 12 aye votes, 1 abstained, and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 8th to third read and finally pass Board Bill number 1 as amended.
Board Bill 37, floor sub, Sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard and Alderman Aldridge, an ordinance revising and amending ordinance number 71504, which created North St. Louis small businesses and nonprofit grant programs, clarifying eligibility for such programs, eligible uses for funds available through such grant programs, and how St. Louis Development Corporation will assess applications for and make awards for such grant programs, ensuring such grant programs are administered consistent with relevant federal requirements, and removing barriers and addressing other issues impacting implementations of these grant programs.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized on the third reading and final passage of Board Bill 37, floor substitute.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I move that we third read and finally pass Board Bill 37, floor substitute.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th, that we third read and finally pass Board Bill 37, floor substitute. Any discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, I rise in opposition of this board bill. It's real interesting. Last week I asked about what was EJ1-1 and EJ1-2 and was not given any information about it. But, so you can look that up. So when you look at page 6 of 12, one of the things this board bill talks about is for the purpose of the grant program specified in section 4, disproportionately impacted geographical areas are defined in this area as North City commercial corridors, HUD qualification census tracts in the city of St. Louis on or to the north of Delmar Boulevard. Because I'm like, I must be missing something about Delmar Boulevard, because I was down here all these years of how Delmar got to be called the Delmar Divide. And many years ago, they planned on there not being a Delmar Divide, and it's not, it's a Page Divide. That's why when we had this board bill, we did not include Delmar. If you ride Delmar, and you ride down both sides of Delmar, from the city limits all the way to Kings Highway, past up Kings Highway, go to Euclid, go past Euclid, really when you get to about Taylor or thereabout, there's been all kind of development on Delmar, millions and millions of dollars. In fact, Joe Edwards, who made a lot of money on Delmar, just sold his interest to several properties for a lot of money to Washington University. When you get down to the eastern edge of Delmar, thanks to Alderman Terry Kennedy, who's now a clerk, he built new houses starting from Vanderventer, which is where my ward runs now, all the way up to, I want to say, Whittier or so. That's all been put, new houses have been put in, and they're great big new houses, so you need to really drive that. So when you're talking about Delmar being disproportionately impacted, that's just not true. It has not been disproportionately impacted in many, many years. And sometimes we use a term that's no longer valid, as in some people call black people Negroes, and they haven't updated it. There is nothing about Delmar that's disproportionately impacted except for the money. In fact, we then, if you don't even bring into the fact that we have wasted all kind of monies on a trolley that goes to nowhere, and then this current administration added more money because we didn't want to be subject to a clawback, when in fact we've had 11 times when we had a clawback. But we're continuing to fund a trolley that is ridiculous, $58 million. And before she became the mayor, she made the statement about, I got a lot of things, but a Delmar trolley was not one of the problems she had. But it became her problems, and the first thing she did is to fund that again and give that more money. When they come again, they'll find it. In her whole entire time she's been in office, we've heard so much discussion about North St. Louis and what we were going to get. We haven't got a dime. I want to thank the alderman from the second, I believe it is, because he sent us a email about how much money we have for ARPA funds, how much we have appropriated, and how much has actually been spent. It's eye-opening. If you haven't opened that, you need to look at that, because you haven't spent anything in north of Page, not north of Delmar. I'm never going to use that designation because it is inappropriate and not true. North of Page, you haven't done not one damn thing, okay, except for make all these promises. But here we are looking at, we're putting Delmar in there because the sponsor said, well, my ward was left out. We had extensive conversations at the caucus, and just so if in case I made a mistake and didn't remember, and the Alderwoman from the 13th can tell you this, we got former caucus members who emailed us and said, that's right. Because the Alderwoman from the 10th said, oh, I just didn't, what did she say? Oh, I didn't just join the caucus. I didn't either. In fact, I helped change the name from the Black Caucus to African American Caucus for the 12 years I was the 20th ward. I got out of it because we had somebody who was working against North St. Louis, and I refused to be in it. I was asked by no less than 5 of the Black aldermen to get back in and pursued, not because I wanted to be in it, but I was pursued. So when the Alderwoman talks about, I got in it as soon as I came down there, but what did you put in it? The Alderman from the 13th knows the work that I put into the caucus about us being able to write legislation and have things. She knows. And so she knows if something needed to be done, I would do it. And I did it when the mayor and the president of the board and the comptroller called on us. And the reason we left out Delmar, we specifically said, and even the former alderman of the 18th, Alderman Todd, said, Delmar's had all kind of money, millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. So to call that disproportionately impacted is just ridiculous. That is just horrible. You got all this millions and millions of dollars, and we're talking about, oh, that's disproportionately impacted. No, it is not. Then when you go to this other area, we had the money north of Delmar. Now it says, or areas in the city of St. Louis designated by SLDC as EJ1-1. We're taking money out of North St. Louis and putting it into parts of Southeast St. Louis. I don't blame the alderman from Southeast St. Louis for taking this money. I do blame the alderwoman from the 10th for sponsoring this legislation. It is ridiculous. The things that happened in North St. Louis happened, the alderman just talked about the Supreme Court and their rulings today, but the Supreme Court yesterday attacked affirmative action for Black people, not for legacy people who make up a great deal, but for the few Black people that come through the door. The reason why there is a disparity is not over in South St. Louis and what there's problems has nothing to do with race. It has to do with incompetent aldermen who refuse to take help. I remember the alderman, he's now deceased, the alderman, the former alderman of the 10th, would not take help, would not do certain things that would fix up the community. But guess what? Even saying all of that, they still had more development than they've had in North St. Louis. Even with all what he did, because the former alderman of the 10th, who then became the 20th, was Craig Schmidt, who works up in the Department of Health and Welfare, I think. And he did a lot of stuff to bring money there, way more than we got in North St. Louis. He was not, when his ward was tore up, he just got to be from, quote, the 10th to the 20th ward, and then they moved his ward number up to Southwest St. Louis and played a little game called Shell and created a whole new white ward. But all of this is to somehow equate what is going on in Southeast St. Louis with what has happened in North St. Louis. It is not the same thing at all. That we are disproportionately, we have disproportionate impact in geographical areas because of race, not because of incompetence, because they did not want things to happen. And when I had enough nerves to start building grocery stores and Walgreens and banks and schools, they tore that ward up and put it into 4 or 5 wards that were not successful, because although we do this talk and we talk about the racism that the Supreme Court does, we have a lot of racism in the city of St. Louis at this Board of Aldermen and in the mayors and the people who promised North St. Louis something, and the people in North St. Louis see this. So to move some of this money out of North St. Louis and say now we want to put them over in these other census tracts is ridiculous. I'm not asking for anybody to get up and to try to explain that. It is self-explanatory. We're going to be having some hearings in North St. Louis to show people what people are doing. We're going to go all over into the 10th ward and show people, because people called me and said, what happened? What happened is that we're not getting any money spent in North St. Louis. We got a lot of promises, and then things that the mayor agreed to do. Now they're coming back. First they said it was violation of the ARPA rules. When I kept asking what ARPA rules, then that went away. And it's like, oh, well, you didn't give the 10th ward any money. And the alderwoman from the 13th can get up and say if I'm not telling the truth. Many times when the alderwoman from the 10th, who was the former 26th, when she did come to the meeting, she never contributed one daggum thing. She didn't open her mouth. She just sat there and listened while we talked about things. And it's not a lie. It's the truth. And all the other aldermen who watched this weighed in with Texas to us saying just the same thing. So she was there to be able to say this is not right. But now that you got this supermajority, you can just come in and take money from North St. Louis. You can take seniority that the people have spoken. You can take anything you want to. But the good thing about it is that when you are starting to win, you are going to also start to lose. And so when you're doing these things, there are going to be some people who have some repercussions for these things. I am adamantly opposed to taking money from North St. Louis and moving it anyplace else, especially for 2 years we haven't had a penny spent. And the whole program speak was, oh, well, we had to get the program into some kind of form that we could do. But you never said to us, there's a problem with it, or this is something. You never said, and I'm not talking about the sponsor, I'm talking about the mayor. Never said, hey, let's come in here and talk about this. Why did you agree to this? You got a whole bunch of city lawyers. Why would you agree to this and then you come behind now and change it? Because you can, because you think that's all right. But I'm telling you, Madam Mayor, you're going to have to talk to the voters of North St. Louis, and they see you taking money from them. They see that we are not spending any money in North St. Louis. We see the promises that are not being kept. We see the fight that has to be done to get any little bit grass cut, buildings boarded, anything like that, and there's nothing big. We have a program right now that we program $5 million for the North St. Louis hardware store. That's been in effect, something we were supposed to get 30 years ago, and people messed with it when the former Mayor Slay tore up the ward. When I came back, I started fighting for it again. Before Mayor Cruzen left, she okayed the process. She okayed the hardware store. The former alderman from the 8th, Stephen Conway, who was her chief of staff, went out and rode around with that and said this is a great project. But yet 2 years later, the city owns 75% of the property. And we all know if there's going to be any kind of building in North St. Louis, we need a hardware store. It's not just for North St. Louis, for much of Central St. Louis also, we need a hardware store. Not anything has been done on that. It is ridiculous to hold it up. We put the money there because I was told by the director we needed $5 million to buy out the few people that still have properties. The people have been waiting for it to happen. It has not happened. But here we see we're going to take some more money away from the quarter, and we're going to describe Del Mar as disproportionately impacted geographical area. That is bull. It is not disproportionately impacted. And I want to see, because I was told that this was done, and I hope that's not true, that it was done because the person who is doing Build-A-Bear wants to get some of the money. So we're going to see if they now announce to us who gets that money. I'll be asking for that every week when this program, who got the money? Where's the money going? Because it makes no sense. The money needs to stay on the places we had it, and I'm just totally disappointed with people who act like, oh, you don't understand. I do understand. And I would never tell a hairdresser that she doesn't understand how to do hair. Because even though I've done hair in my kitchen for years, it is a difference in me knowing how to do kitchen hair than being an actual beautician. And I know that's different. So I take it as insulting when people say, I don't understand. Or the other thing I heard last week was about, well, if you have a good relationship, rules are not set up for you to have a good relationships. Rules are set up so that everybody has an equal opportunity and access to whatever the program is. So if the only way I'm going to get notice, because there's no notice in here, it says, well, the alderman can write a letter of support or against, but there's no place in here, then it says I have to be notified when somebody from my ward applies for a grant. So if they don't ever tell me, how will I be able to indicate my support, opposition, or that I'm neutral? So saying that that can happen and then not putting a process in is ridiculous. Any other thing where we have a right to weigh in, there's a process of notification. There's a process of notification for the conditional use hearings. There is a process of notification for building appeals. There is a process of notification for anything that they seek the input is excise, all kind of things that parks. I went by a park and it says, one of the park things says that you have to call your alderman and get a letter of support if you want to use the parks. So a lack of requirement of notification is ridiculous. That means you do not have that right. That's just something that's put in there, but there's nothing behind it to make it happen. So if you don't have a good relationship with somebody, it's a ridiculous criteria. That is not what rules are about. It is not what I've been. Even when I've disagreed with people, I have always believed in fairness. I hated Proposition D, but when nobody would let the people that was sponsoring Proposition D have a hearing at the Board of Aldermen, I used my Rules Committee, which I was the chair, to make sure that you had a hearing. But now you put this gobbledygook that you write that's not good legislation, and then you don't even say, well, okay, that makes sense. I can just change that and hold it. We're just going to push everything through and then say, but you don't understand. I understand there's no notice requirement, and therefore this is also a bad piece of legislation. And I understand that we're moving money out of North St. Louis, and I understand that all the people that are watching, please drive Delmar from the city limits where it reaches University City past Skinker to Vanderveer and see if that is something that disproportionately impacted. It is not. It is not. It is not. And so it's like when you talk about homophobia, and then they say, what about heterosexual phobia? Or you talk about racism. Well, what about reverse racism? That's what I hear when I read this. This is a bunch of bull. And it should not be done. And just because you put some black faces in front of it and say, oh, this is a good piece of legislation, it is not. And mostly it doesn't affect them. You're just taking away from some people who have not been able to get money, and it is wrong.
Alderwoman, is the mic on? Alderwoman from the 13th, you're recognized.
I guess I'm just kind of confused. Would the Alderwoman from the 10th take a question, please?
Yes.
Alderwoman from the 10th, will you yield to questions?
Okay, and so I guess my confusion is this, how am I putting it? Is this changing North Quarter getting the dollars?
No.
Okay, and so the original bill, it had Delmar in it.
Absolutely. That's what I'm confused.
Okay, so the question is, Alderwoman from the 13th is correct. Delmar has, I say, 85% development that has happened over there, and there's areas in north of that that has not had any developments. So I guess my question is, how will we ensure that North St. Louis again is not neglected? Because I'm in agreement, Delmar doesn't need the dollars, the large amount of dollars as Delmar, as North Quarter does, because North Quarter has been neglected for over 20 years. But Delmar, I say 85%, and that's giving the credit to Alderman Terry Kennedy. When he was there, he ensured that that area was taken care of. And so I don't know who picked up the other area up there more, but I do know Joe Edwards did a lot of development over there. So I just need clarity to say how North St. Louis, again, will not be, and let me be very transparent, I'm not talking about downtown, because North St. Louis starts at North Florissant. So let me just be real clear, because people keep putting this false narrative that North St. Louis is NGA. No, it's not. It starts at North Florissant and comes all the way down to Jennings. So how am I ensuring that my business in North St. Louis are being taken care of? Because what I keep hearing is North St. Louis is going to be shortchanged again. And so, but like I keep saying it, and of course nobody listens, for 20 years we've been shortchanged. So again, how are we going to ensure that we're going to be taken care of? Because we've been waiting since 2021 to be taken care of. So how will this ensure? Because the news did say that they still have to get the applications in order. August the 1st is when they're going to try to push it out. But the businesses in my community will not benefit until January. So that means they're waiting again. So how will North St. Louis benefit?
Board Bill 37 floor sub does not take any money away from North St. Louis. The only attempt to do that was done in committee. Thankful and shout out to my colleague from the 3rd. We debated that in committee and then we voted it out of committee to not accept that amendment. So this money still goes to North St. Louis and it still has the same language in it as it relates to the North Corridors.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman from the 14th, you're recognized.
Will the Alderwoman from the 10th yield for questions?
Alderman from the 10th, will you yield to questioning from the Alderman from the 14th?
Thank you.
may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Could you just explain some of the boundaries of where these funds will be going? I know we've done this before, but just for record of where ideally these funds will be going north.
Yes. It has the original corridors from the original Board Bill 82 that we all voted on and passed. In addition to that, it expanded into EJI and EJI 1 and EJI 1-2, but that are still in North St. Louis. That is still a factor in how they will be gauging where these dollars go. It is still North St. Louis. Again, in committee where these discussions are had in HUDs, Alderman Cone did try to put forth an amendment that would expound it to southeast St. Louis City, but that amendment did not pass. Therefore, this money continues to be dedicated to North St. Louis.
In North St. Louis, you say majority, like you say, north of Delmar, correct?
Yes. The Delmar corridor, which is the corridor in the original legislation, is the furthest south point of this funding.
Does it go down? I'm just curious, like to Delmar and Jefferson.
I would have to look because that wasn't in the original Delmar. The original Delmar that was in there did not go down to Jefferson, but when it expanded to EJI 1 and EJI 2, it might, and I have the map that shows there.
Okay, thank you. Will the Alderwoman from the 13th yield?
Alderwoman from the 13th, will you yield to questioning from the Alderman from the 14th? Alderman, you may proceed.
How you doing, Alderwoman? How you doing? Okay. I just had a question because I heard you mention, you said NGA isn't North St. Louis, and what really irks me is we keep dividing black folks. We keep pushing the line more and more of what is black and what's not black. So my question, and you said, like you say, Delmar should be maybe not included, but as we go north of Delmar, you have neighborhoods like the JBL. You have neighborhoods right across the street from the NGA. If you drive and you look north of that city has not been developed in a long time. Glasgow, that's all over there by the NGA. Everything going up St. Louis Avenue over there by Natural Bridge, homes that are falling down. Would you say those people that are by the NGA also shouldn't tap into these dollars that are north of Delmar or north of Cass or north of Page, wherever the line is at this point?
No, okay. No, what we need to understand, and you probably don't understand what I'm saying.
I don't, that's what I'm asking.
No, North St. Louis is a certain part of the city. Those people down at Glasgow and Jefferson, that's downtown. And so most people from the neighborhoods, they can tell you where North St. Louis starts and where North St. Louis stops, where the West End starts, where downtown starts. So downtown, where Court Square Village, Glasgow, that's downtown. That's always been downtown. And so when you start getting at Jefferson stuff, now you're going into South St. Louis. So if people don't know or don't understand, they'll automatically clump it all together. And when Alderwoman Hubbard was down here, and they kept saying, this is good for North St. Louis, the NGA, and I kept saying, NGA is downtown. That's downtown. Ironically, that police department is the South District, the Central District, whatever, but it's not the North District. So it's not north, it's downtown.
So I've looked at the city map, and there you have downtown west, you have downtown, then you have near downtown. When I last looked at the area, NGA and St. Louis Place don't fall in downtown, but the question's still going back to that area. So in the JVL and the Glasgow, as you continue to go north, as you go up to Natural Bridge, would you say that majority of the people and businesses over there are people of color?
Not anymore, because a lot of people that are not of color have moved into those communities, and those people, and I'm not going to say those people because I don't like doing that, because they always put us as those people. So the people that live down there have suffered, and they have been neglected, and so I get it. But all I'm asking is for people to be clear when they identify communities. And so you know different in the news media when they say it happened in North St. Louis, and you'll say that's not North St. Louis, that's the West Side. And so people in our community, we identify with our neighborhoods, and we know these neighborhoods are North St. Louis, West Side, downtown. And ironically, the people that live down there, they realize they downtown, but they're the downtown that was neglected, not the commercial downtown. So it's two different downtowns, and so as a city, we're still divided. Nothing's changing. We're still identifying in areas, and we're giving people areas that's not who they are. And so me coming from downtown, I'm proud to say I was a part of downtown. I knew people downtown. I was down in the Core Square Village, but we always looked at ourselves as downtown.
Okay. Thank you, Alderwoman.
You're welcome.
So I would say to disagree with the Alderwoman from the 13th when I've just recently knocked doors in all of those areas, that the people that still live in the JVL, which part of Alderwoman from the 11th have, are people of color. And you walk through those streets and you see how the homes are falling down. There's so many vacant lots. As you continue to go north all the way up through Glasgow, those are people of color, businesses that have been neglected. As you continue to go north all the way up to Natural Bridge, those are people and businesses of color. And I guess what is just frustrating, we always continue to say we're divided, but the things that we're saying down here on the floor only divide us more. Since day one, we've had this conversation over and over of who's black, who's not, what ward's black, what's not. I know what my ward is. I know I have a part of the ward that is different from maybe the Alderwoman from the 13th, from the Alderwoman from the 11th, from the Alderwoman from the 12th we would have in downtown. But I also represent in swath of black people going all the way up from Car Square, you want to call it downtown or not, their medium income is $16,000. Those businesses ain't getting the same love as downtown if we want to talk about the division of downtown. Yes, so instead of keep looping or dividing black folks, why are we not just trying to support all black folks? It don't matter where your boundaries are. As we should know, as this board, there are what, 6 of us? I mean, we ain't even established a Black Caucus yet, and I'm a new member, and that is so unfortunate that we haven't even established a Black Caucus for my elders to set it up so that we could actually be working together. But that hasn't been that. It has been continued divide of, oh, these 3 wards are black and these 3 other black folks ain't black because they don't have more concentrated black people. We have people, I represent people of color again, all the way going from Car Square to Hyde Park, all the way up to College Hill, which I share that with Alderwoman from the 11th. You drive north of Grand, which is in my area, it looks like spots just like in the 13th ward. It looks like spots in the 12th ward. Some may have more than others, but if we continue to do this whole division of who's not black enough, and then we would sit here on the floor and say, we're dividing, the things that we are saying on this floor is dividing, instead of talking about ways that whatever the line is. I said this at like day one, we keep pushing the line. First it was north of Delmar, now it's what's across the street from NGA, which is north of Cass. Then we're going to be saying, okay, it's everything north of Natural Bridge. Like, we keep pushing it further and further instead of saying, in my opinion, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion, in my opinion, how about we invest in the areas that has been disinvested in? Again, that medium income in that north port of downtown is $15,000. 15,000 is a medium income. Life expectancy in that area is 67 of age. Business over there are not getting the same support that business over in other parts of the ward is. It's not enough money. I think if we could put all the funds to North St. Louis instead of just sharing it out of this small pot, that's what everybody would want. But we are attempting with this piece of legislation, which I commend the Alderwoman from the 10th Ward for her leadership on this, her experience of being a black woman. I don't care if you was doing her in the kitchen, her in wherever you was, but I know that you care about black people. I've seen that passion, and I think all people of color down here care about. Could the Alderwoman from the 12 say no, I don't? Because I could say the same about you. Could we get some decorum, Mr. President? Because I could hear you, and was it so unfortunate? I could hear you. No, this isn't her floor. This isn't her floor.
You all should not be speaking to one another from the floor.
Thank you. Can I continue to speak?
Please proceed.
Again, what we seeing right now is just so unfortunate. Continuous lack of trying to work together, but try to bring people down, especially from an elder. And then they wonder why the young people running rampant through the streets. I mean, this has been literally since day one. And try to make initiatives from my end to do better. And when you continue to get met with disrespect. And what's crazy, it ain't even from my white colleagues. It's from the ones that look like me that I want to work with so bad and want to express how do we work and build up North St. Louis. But we'll get up on the floor and try to do everything to the black colleagues to tear them down. Again, Alderwoman from the 10th, thank you for your leadership. I know the passion that you have for people and young girls that look like you and young men that look like me and the businesses. I mean, I see you out all the time in the community doing the work. People can talk about it, but I see you doing it. No matter how you get mocked or talked about your experience, whatever, I know where your passion is. You had a degree or not degree. Was a hairstylist or not a hairstylist? I don't care. I know your passion you have for North St. Louis. That's why I'm proud to be a co-sponsor on this piece of legislation with you. I will continue to try to work with you. I will continue to try to work with my other colleagues that also help move North St. Louis forward. But at the same time, respect is a two-way street. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 12th, you're recognized.
Mr. Vice President, members of the board, first thing I want to know is, I keep reading about referral of ordinance 71504. I don't see it attached to this piece of legislation. And of course, unless we've gotten rid of that, when you do legislation, you are supposed to attach anything that you are amending. Should have happened in committee. I didn't have Board Bill 37 floor substitute was not on my desk, wasn't on the other one from the 13th desk, but I don't see the ordinance that is supposed to be amending, and that's supposed to be attached, and I want them to know why we don't have it attached.
That's noted, Alderwoman.
I beg your pardon?
Noted.
Okay, and I will request that I have a copy of that.
It should be available in the drive, Alderwoman.
So this is going to be a game about notice, okay? So if we're going to have a rule that's something, and then I don't know if you did it or not, but we're going to have a rule about what is required, then it ought to be so that the whole thing, this whole bifurcated, we have this, that's madness. I'm a rules person, and you know that. This is a mad rule. This is crazy. It should be on people's desks. If you're going to put a piece of paper there, then everything that goes along with that paper should be on the desk and be a part of it, okay? That is a mistake. But I want to address the Alderman from the 14th talking about we don't have a black caucus. Yes, we do. We have a black caucus that is comprised of people who did not come down here and without talking to people attack members of who they call the elders and attack and remove their seniority. That's where we do have a caucus. And our caucus is mindful that you don't do that kind of thing. And if you don't believe us, let's talk to an elder that maybe you can hear, which is the clerk who's there. He would tell you we're mindful of that. If you are a member who say you are black and then you come down and you attack and you take things away from other black people, that does not make you a member of good standing in the caucus. When the mayor got elected in 2021, I had Kevin Bailey as my neighborhood improvement specialist. And they called me and said, is he good? And I recommended him, and he became the mayor's person. They told me in 1 month, I was gonna get somebody. It took 1.5 years. They did offer me other black people's neighborhood improvement specialists. I didn't take them because it does not enrich you when you take from other people. If we got 3 or 6 and they got 97, the equal distribution isn't let's take this from other black people and have it for myself. The equal distribution is to make it fair, is to get it from people who have too much. And that's the whole thing about talking about the Supreme Court. When the Supreme Court ruled about you could not use race as a criteria, they famously left out you could be a legacy kid. That's all about money and rich. So you can write a check and you can go to Harvard or whatever, but you cannot be considered because of your race to make sure that we have a diverse group of people. So when you come down here talking about what you don't know, yeah, we do have a caucus. And then when you attack the people who you say you want to work with, then you got to look at why you did that, because that's something I would never, ever do. And the people that I work with would not do. So you can't come down here and attack somebody and then say why they don't want to work with me. They don't want to work with you because they don't trust you, because we've seen what's going on. So that is the problem with that. You cannot have it both ways. And so to be able to say that the Alderwoman from the 13th is somehow dividing people, no, she wasn't, because the former Alderwoman from the 5th, Tamika Hubbard, was a part of our group, and we had meetings, and we often talked about these lines. We didn't originally draw these lines. These lines have been drawn from racism, from all kind of things. When I first moved to St. Louis, the Central Quarter was 80% black, 20% white. They moved in, they did blighting with eminent domain. The black people raised all kind of heck about it, and they said, oh, we're just doing this, and then we're gonna move the black people back. As soon as we get this fixed us, we wanna just get rid of this. That was a lie. You can also talk about Mill Creek. And I also was one of the no votes on when we did NGA, because the way they had it set up, I told the former president and the other members, hey, this is going to remove a black neighborhood. The whole thing about having development in black neighborhoods, there's nothing wrong with fixing them up, but when you have a development in black neighborhoods and then the people who have long-term suffered don't get to enjoy the fruits of the labor, it is something wrong with that. So that's what they mean when they talk about gentrification. It's not fixing up, it is moving out. When they finish moving the people out and rebuilding and putting all these tall high rises and stuff like that, then the people who've been through all of that all of a sudden do not have any rights in their communities. And so the young people don't know anything about that, so they come down here to use the former First Ward Alderwoman Joanne Wayne's lesson to me, which I learned. You come down here knowing everything, but you don't know anything. Thank you for that lesson I learned 30-something years ago, because you cannot expect, if you attack people, that they are going to work with you, and then you can just say, oh, I was mad, that's why I did that. Well, you're immature if you voted for something like that because you were mad. You should have gotten on the floor and said, that is not something that I should have done, and you somehow forget all the things that us senior black people have done for you, and one of them is becoming a state rep, pick up the phone, but now all of a sudden I get down here and the Alderwoman from the 13th, 11th, and I, we don't know anything. Although we represent 3/4 of what is known as North St. Louis, we don't know anything. Instead of saying, maybe there is a opinion that I don't know anything about, because I haven't lived that life. My mother's gonna be 88 years old on July the 9th. I don't know what 88 looks like, because I haven't got there. But I do know what 24, 34, 36, 46, and 56 looks like, okay? 60, I know that, because I've gotten to live that, and I've gotten to live that in my black skin. And it is at least 3 or 4 people down here that I have helped get into office that I wish I could go back and take it back when I hear the disrespect, because they don't yield, they don't listen to anything that's been that I experienced. They just come with their ideas and say, well, how come you are not doing this? How come you're not yielding? How come you don't get on the floor and say, I shouldn't have done something like that? You are going to find out there is a political price to pay when you think you know everything and you don't. So you make all these statements and you don't know what you're talking about, and so then you got to back it back up. So yes, there is a Black Caucus. Yes, we do care about.
Alderman, please state your point of order. Alderwoman, can you please keep your remarks germane
I will
to Board Bill
if he had
37,
kept
floor
his
substitute?
germane. When he started talking about there's no, then I get a right to rebut. This is rebuttal. He said this stuff, and easily somebody, including you, Mr. Vice President, could have said that's not germane. Once you let somebody bring open a subject, then it's very hard to say, well, now you can't say anything. Just let them attack you. That doesn't happen in court or any place else. It should not happen here.
You could have called a point of order on the Alderman from the 14th
and
as
I'm
well.
just saying, but I didn't, and so it opened up. If you go to court and I start talking about your bow tie, I then don't get to say, oh, don't talk about a bow tie. So I hear you. I hear you. But I'm just saying, tell him to stay germane. If he don't like it, don't bring the stuff up. Then I won't rebut it. I didn't bring it up in the first place.
You could have also done a point of order.
And he could have just not brought it up, too.
I understand.
Yeah, is that correct? Is that correct? He should have not brought it up.
Another point of order. No,
My point of order is he should not have brought it up.
He should remain germane to the board bill as well.
That's exactly my point, because I didn't bring that up. And again, going back to this board bill, which I was told was exactly the same thing, it is not the same thing. There are some things that are different in this board bill, because if it was the same thing, you would need to do the board bill, okay? So to act like it is just not true. Now, again, I'm looking at Delmar. I wish my natural bridge had as much money put on it as Delmar. I wish Riverview had as much money as Delmar. I wish Union had as much money put on it as Delmar. I wish Goodfellow had as much money put on it as Delmar. All of our streets together have not had the money that has been put on Delmar. So when you try to define that as some area that's been disproportionately impacted, it is not true. So to then make all these statements about how come we're just trying to divide us, that really pains me to hear that, because we didn't make up these divisions about too black, too white. This has all come from white people. We're living with it. And you somehow, when we bring up that these were the boundaries that were set, not by us, by other people, and then somehow we are being divisive to say, you are not black enough. I did not hear the Alderwoman from the 13th say you were not black enough. She said that was downtown. I've been in what she describes as downtown as a landlord for a lot of years. I went down to Hyde Park in 1979. And when I went down there, everybody said, oh, that's horrible. Why are you down there? Now NGA has moved to my front door, and now I'm lucky. I'm not lucky. A lot of hard work. But I can tell you the differences in why people call certain areas downtown and not, because Old North St. Louis has a predominantly white group of people that run it. And so they were able to get $30-something million to do a mall that's barely making it. It's over there by Crown. There's never been anything that could make it. But you could never get $30 million on Natural Bridge. That's what I'm saying. Wherever white people have moved in this city, they have been met with embracement from whatever the mayor is to make whatever they want successful. But when you have successful things in North St. Louis, it is so hard to get people to stand up for it and say this is a good thing. They will tear it down. That's why we talk about things. So when I hear my colleagues talking about stuff they don't know anything what they're talking about, it reminds me that I have to go to my seniors. I go to Ollie Stewart and other people, Ron Gregory, and other people who've been here for a long time to talk to them about Percy Green, Jamala Rogers, about things that have happened and how it affects me, because maybe, or affects our community, because maybe we don't know. So maybe if we zip our mouths sometime and open the ears and hear that just because we didn't experience it, it don't mean it didn't happen, or that it was already divided out. Old North St. Louis was divided out. 30-something million you give to Old North St. Louis for a failing mall. Go down there. It's nothing in there mostly but a few art shops and beauty shops. But that was that support to make sure that those white people that were moving in there. And the reason why we fight about it, and I want the alderman from the 14th, is because I don't want the people who are, not just downtown or any place else, to be displaced when gentrification comes and then they never get a chance to enjoy the fruits of being down there with all the things that did not happen. And then all of a sudden when white people come, code enforcement happens. The vice president talks about we need to hire more people with the building division. We surely do, because we pay extra money to be in a conservation district. And I was the first black alderman to put my ward in a conservation district. And everybody said, oh, you shouldn't do that. But it was with the promise that we were going to have good inspections and make people keep their property up. And now we're just not getting that. We're just paying for conservation districts with nothing behind it. So when you do all these things, after a while, you make working and middle class people angry. They move out the community. It becomes poorer and poorer. And although you might be able to pass these legislations down here because you think it's a good idea, when it gets challenged, it gets overturned oftentimes because it's not good legislation. And it's not from black people who are doing it. It's when white people got tired of affirmative action, they got some Asians and some other people together and they attacked black people. And when the black people say, why don't you say anything about legacy, the George Bushes and stuff, because they knew better than to do that. So I'm saying to the alderman from the 14th, you ought to know that there's something else that didn't have anything to do with we just want to be divided. We don't. I wish that all of North St. Louis was paved in gold, because I wouldn't have to be down here. I would not have to have made $30,000 all these years to talk about you leaving my community out. I would not have to experience the loss of my vote, not because I wasn't successful, but because my community was becoming more and more successful. You cannot allow certain parts of North St. Louis to thrive, and I'm going to say it because there is a Team 4 plan that's been in effect since the 50s, and the Team 4 plan says how you run neighborhoods down. You don't cut grass, you don't tear down buildings, you don't clean up streets, you don't tow cars. It's all a plan, and that's what we see happening over and over again. And then when we finally think we have something, because we had a mayor who said, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to get this done, and yet 2 years later, not one penny was spent. Now, the alderman from the 14th was up in Jefferson City, but we were living this life. We were waiting and expecting. We were told certain of our projects were shovel ready, and it did not happen. So then you say, oh, you're dividing us. The one thing about I noticed that the Supreme Court vote both against gay and black people was there's a black man named Clarence Thomas right there in the middle of it. So God didn't make one Clarence Thomas, and he didn't make him just all of them male. There are female Clarence Thomases too. So there's that I'm going to get you, I'm going to show you, I'm going to fix you and get back at you. And that was a black man. Based on what the alderman from the 14th said, he wouldn't be voting that way. But I want to tell you, ever since he's been there, he's been voting that way. And a guy by the name of
Alderwoman, please keep your remarks germane to the board bill.
Thurgood Marshall said, don't replace me with a snake. And so don't assume that just because somebody comes with a black face that they're doing the right thing. And don't assume because we bring up blackness that we're doing that or what is portions of the city. The city is divided, not just by race, but by economic status and all of that. And these are things that you can go to the census and look at. So when I used to call what the alderman from the 14th is saying North St. Louis, I was corrected and said, no, that's downtown. I didn't grow up in St. Louis, so I had an idea of what North St. Louis was. And then I was said, no, these are the things. And then I used to call the 22nd Ward North St. Louis. I was corrected and said, that's West St. Louis. And once I was directed, then you know, you do better when you know better. And we talked about that often in the caucus. And again, you don't have privy to that because you attack the members of the caucus. And then there's a hardship to work with that. And then every time you don't get your way, you want to attack instead of saying, I did something wrong. And so I need to do that. I need to stop attacking people and saying that they're not doing something. And keep it germane to why, if you don't want to talk about geographical areas, then take it out of this board bill, because it's right here in this board bill, talking about geographical areas. So it is hard for us not to talk about it when it's part of the board bill. I am opposed to this board bill. It's shameful that we come and we do this kind of things, and then we try to attack the black aldermen because we defend our communities. We don't have many. We never had 50% black aldermen, no matter how many blacks we had, and we're never going to, because they're going to use gerrymandering. The great thing that I love is that the Supreme Court has been siding with the black people on gerrymandering, and we all know that from the mouths of our former president that there was gerrymandering with this, and so we need to just go to court and make sure that we get better representation for North St. Louis.
Any other speakers with respect to Board Bill 37, floor substitute? Alderwoman, you're recognized to close on Board Bill 37, floor substitute.
Thank you, Vice President, Acting President, and members of the board. Just two things, and anything else I'll definitely be open to elaborate, answer questions from my colleagues, the media that's watching, people that are watching. But these original corridors that were voted on and passed by all of our colleagues, it was the original Board Bill 82, are still in this legislation. The expanded areas were drawn out of HUD qualified census tracts, which we do not create, but as I said in the legislation, is anything north of Delmar. So these funds this legislation does not take any money away from the original spirit of the bill that was Board Bill 82 that we all voted on, and these and making sure these funds go to North St. Louis. And again, once standards are produced, they must be submitted to members of ENA, that is the mayor, the president of Board of Aldermen, and our comptroller, and the Board of Aldermen, that is us down here. So that speaks to aldermen being notified when someone applies and is getting ready to get this, go through the process rather to get these funds. Anything else, please reach out to me directly so that I can respond to those. And with that, I renew my motion, and I'm asking my colleagues to continue to send this message to North St. Louis, that we believe in the transformation funding that they deserve.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th and seconded by the Alderman from the 14th that we third read and finally pass Board Bill 37, floor substitute. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
Pass.
Alderman Narayan. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
Present.
Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Boyd. 8 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 1 voted present.
Thank you. By your vote, you have sustained the motion from the Alderwoman from the 10th and have third read and finally passed Board Bill 37, floor substitute.
Board Bill 65, sponsored by Alderwoman Schweitzer, an ordinance making appropriation for payment of the operating expenses, capital expenses, including lease purchase agreements and debt service expenses for the Parking Division of the Treasurer's Office for fiscal year July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, in the sum of $19,174,924, including $2,361,578 for capital improvements containing an emergency clause.
Alderwoman from the 1st, you are recognized on the third reading and final passage of Board Bill 65.
Thank you, Mr. President, Vice President, members of the board. I move to third read and finally pass Board Bill 65.
Been moved by the Alderman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th. Is there any discussion? Or, I'm sorry, Alderman from the 1st and seconded by the Alderman from the 14th. Is there any discussion on Board Bill 65? Seeing no discussion, you're recognized to close.
Thank you so much, everyone. This is the reason we had it on perfection for those watching at home, and now it's on third reading is just to meet the deadline to make sure it gets passed, if the vote is there, of course, by today, June 30th, so it can go into effect tomorrow. With that, I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderman of the 14th, that we third read and finally pass Board Bill 65. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan. Alderman Valmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Narayan. Thank you. Alderman Valmer. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Boyd. Seven aye votes and 3 no votes.
By your vote, Madam Clerk,
So noted.
please change Alderman Narayan, the Alderman from the 4th Ward's vote, to an aye.
8 aye votes and 2 no votes.
Thank you. By your vote, you have sustained the motion from the Alderwoman from the 1st and have third read and finally passed Board Bill number 65. Report of finally passed and signed by the President.
Board Bills 48, 54, 55, 57, 63 Committee Sub, 27, 38 as amended, 41, 62 Committee Sub, 1 as amended, 37 Floor Sub, and Board Bill 65.
All other business being suspended, the President shall adhere to an open session affix his signature to the end that these may become law. First reading of resolutions in reference to committee.
We have none.
Second readings of resolutions, committee reports, and adoptions.
Resolution 23 as amended, sponsored by Alderman Cone, priorities for the Transportation and Commerce Committee.
Alderwoman from the 8th, you're recognized on resolution 23 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I move that we pass resolution 23 as amended.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th, that we approve resolution 23 as amended. Any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just quickly say, so we, in the committee, we did have some robust discussion about the priorities of the Transportation Committee, made some adjustments, made some additions. I think it was a very worthwhile conversation. And with that, with the amendments that we offered, I feel confident that this committee has a robust set of priorities for the year, for the session.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Boyd. 9 aye votes and 1 voted present.
Alderman from the 9th, you are recognized on Mayor Jones's appointment of Mr. Anthony Robinson to the Board of Adjustment.
Thank you very much. I want to make a motion to accept the nomination by Mayor Jones, the appointment of Anthony Robinson to the Board of Adjustment.
It's been moved by the Alderman of the 9th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 10th, that we appoint Mr. Anthony Robinson to the Board of Adjustment. There's been a request for roll call. Is there any discussion on the appointment? Alderwoman from the 12th.
Mr. Vice President, members of the board, I stand to arise to oppose this and any other appointments since the mayor refuses to appoint anybody who lives north of Page. In fact, she sent me a nomination that doesn't live north of Page when 99% of my ward is north of Page, but you sent me a nomination that doesn't live north of Page. And so the continuation for years and years and years of leaving those of us who live north of Page, leaving us out and not putting us on committees is not in keeping with the spirit of ordinance we have about all parts of the city being represented. And it used to be some of these people down here who thought that was a good idea have escaped from that, and they don't care. They just want their person. But in that case, if we put all the people north of Page, I would also be voting no against it, because that would be equally wrong. We need to have people that are representing all parts of the community, because often when we present things to the Board of Adjustment, the reason why we got all these gas stations and convenience stores is not a good word for it, nuisance stores in our community, is because the Board of Adjustment pushes them through our community when we have people showing up saying we don't want them. So until we can have people who are affected, that's why you have people from all parts of the city for on ward representation, and also for members of the commission, boards of adjustments and other boards. It's so there is a fair representation for someone there to speak about the other side. And right now, we have nobody, the people who are held over, including this person, nobody who is north of Page is on that, is being nominated or is on the Board of Adjustment, and I think it is ridiculous. And they have made some of the most racist holdings in North St. Louis there is. And as we come here to fight about short-term rentals, what we're not fighting, we don't seem to be able to say no to gas stations in North St. Louis. And then when we do say no, the Board of Adjustment says yes. So I want them to move next door to all of these things and at least have some representations to tell us when they're doing all of this stuff. So for that reason, I'm going to continue to vote no, and I'm going to make a note that I have written to the mayor on several occasions, and she is tone deaf, and I'm really more prejudiced than the previous mayor, because when I did make that notation to Mayor Lyda Cruz, and she did do some adjustments. But this mayor is going to show us that she doesn't have to respect black aldermen, and she doesn't have to respect the black people who live north of Page, and that is prejudice, and it's bordering on being racist. And I don't like to call black people racist, but sometimes that's what you are.
Is there any further discussion? Alderman from the 9th.
Just renew my call to confirm the appointment of Mr. Anthony Robinson to the Board of Adjustment.
Thank you, Alderman. There's been a request for a roll call. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Vice President Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan. Alderman Valmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Valmer. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Boyd. President Green. 9 aye votes and 1 no vote.
With that, you've sustained your motion, the motion to approve Mayor Jones's appointment of Mr. Anthony Robinson to the Board of Adjustment. Next on the agenda, we are moving into closed session. I move that the meeting of the Personnel and Administration Committee or the full Board of Aldermen be closed to the public under the provisions of Section 610-0213 and Section 610.022 of the Missouri Revised Statutes in order to permit members of the board to discuss matters related to hiring, firing, disciplining, or promoting of employees of the Board of Aldermen. Is there a second? There's been a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Or any discussion?
The courtesy resolution calendar first, but it seems like people have already scattered, so whatever.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Vice President Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan. Alderman Valmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Valmer. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Boyd. President Green. 9 aye votes and 1 voted present.
Okay, we'll now proceed into closed session. Marshals, will you please clear the gallery? STL TV will need you to remove any staff and turn off the cameras. Only members of the board should be permitted to stay. Board of Aldermen is now back in session, open session. Alderwoman from the 12th, you're recognized on, for the purposes of introducing courtesy resolution number 43.
Mr. Vice President, members of the board, I move to suspend the rules so I can introduce resolution number 43. It's a courtesy resolution honoring a constituent of mine who passed away of cancer.
Is there a second? It's been moved by the Alderman from the 12th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th Ward, that we move to suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing courtesy resolution number 43. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Vice President Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Boyd. President Green. 9 aye votes.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 12th, and Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Mr. Vice President, members of the board, is this placed on the regular courtesy resolution, or have we already passed the consent calendar for courtesy resolutions?
Not yet.
Can we just place this on the courtesy consent calendar? I move to do so.
You don't want to speak on it, though?
No, because it's kind of it's not a surprise, but I don't want to.
Okay.
For a reason, okay? It is a surprise.
Okay. Madam Clerk, will you please note resolution 43 on the courtesy resolutions calendar?
So noted.
Item number 22, courtesy resolutions. Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized on resolution number 42. To adopt the courtesy resolution calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Acting President. I move that we adopt the courtesy resolutions calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 1st, that we adopt the courtesy resolutions calendar. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Miscellaneous and unfinished business?
We have none.
Please dispense with line item 23. Announcements.
Tuesday, July 4th, the office will be closed in honor of 4th of July. Wednesday, July 5th, 2023, HUDs will have a committee hearing at 1 p.m. via webinar. Public Infrastructure will have a committee hearing via webinar at 3:30 p.m. Thursday, July 6th, Personnel will have a committee hearing at 11 a.m. via webinar. Friday, July 7th, 2023, full board meeting in the chambers at 10 a.m. That's the extent of the announcements.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please add a Transportation and Commerce Committee meeting for Thursday, July 6th at 4 p.m.?
So noted.
And that'll be at 1520 Market, or well, place to be determined at this point, actually. Any further announcements? Alderwoman from the 12th.
Mr. Vice President, members of the board, I'd like to make an announcement that one of our former members and former state representative, Charles Quincy Troop, passed either late last night or early this morning, depending on what you define as last night or this morning. He was a member here for 8 years. He was the dean of the House of when he was a state representative. He lived up in the first ward up until the last redistricting, when he became a member of the 13th ward instead of the 12th, because we went down, in order to try to save neighborhoods, we went down Union, and he lived on the other side of Union. But he's been a really long, strong ally for a lot of years. Then we had our trouble with redistricting in 2021, but he was a reliable source during the time that I was doing a lot of development in the then 20th Ward. Anything that I needed from him or any of the other state reps or the congressman or whatever, the reason why we don't have deserts is because of Representative Troop, because I still give him his highest honors, even though he was an alderman. Representative Troop if I would call him, he'd say, what do you need? And he knew that budget backwards and forward because he spent so many years there. He would get in that budget. He was a proponent of social services. He would find money but he also understood that in North St. Louis we needed to have businesses and places that we can shop. So he was open to that. We're saddened in the old First Ward and across the city with his loss. And I was hoping we could do a moment of silence and respect to Representative / Alderman Troop.
Thank you. Please rise for a moment of silence for Alderman Charles Quincy Troop.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had the honor of being able to serve with him. It's sad to hear of his passing. Thank you for sharing that, Alderwoman. Any other announcements? Alderman from the 10th. Or Alderman from the 14th, you're recognized on the motion to excuse.
I'd like to make the motion that we excuse the Alderwoman from the 7th Ward.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderman from the 1st, that we excuse the Alderwoman from the 7th for necessary absence. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, regrettably. Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized on the motion to adjourn.
Thank you. I make the motion that we adjourn until Friday, July 7th in the chambers.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 6th. I'll give it to you. That we adjourn until Friday, July 7th, 10 a.m. in the chambers. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? We stand adjourned.